Good morning. All right. Good morning, everyone. Hope you had a good weekend. VIX is dropping off. So we have a tale of two tapes. One where major institutions are looking for GDP to keep growing, for earnings to keep growing, excuse me, and for the indices to be higher by year end. So the other side of the coin is that volatility is remaining high for what? This is 9 trading days. VIX for 9 trading days has stayed pretty elevated. Morning, Frano. Good morning, Ken. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 days above the 50-day. 50-day, we closed right on it, right near it on Friday. VIX, the 50-day is at 1887. We're currently 1963, so we have another day where we could bounce here. We have OPEX monthly expiration this week. The third Friday of every month, that's the 15th, that's this Friday. We tend to see volatility, or at least price action, tighten up a bit during this week. For the past year, we've seen volatility getting sold at the highs, and there seems to be some mixed messages there. We're coming into the trading day with, let me just pull up a chart here. We have 13 bullish indicators, 4 are neutral and 3 are bearish. The 3 bearish short term are tick cumulative on a 5-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute. I believe, let me look at the 60-minute. Yeah, that was bearish. So that was one of the bearish indicators. We had IBB, junk bonds, and retail off. That was 2. And the third one, let me check my notes. The third one was Bukowski with 55.6% half green signal, which is neutral to bearish. And we had 4 neutral indicators. So we had some rotation in sectors, that's neutral. We had the international markets flat, that was neutral. Russia and China were bullish. We have the staffing industry group, staffing, hospitals, industrials and construction, staffing firms. We had executive recruiting and staffing pushing higher last week, so we're watching that. Aerospace and defense also looked pretty strong. We had LHX, L3 Harris, Northrop Grumman, NOC, and Raytheon, all 3 of those bidding for lucrative contracts for the Department of Defense. A satellite infrastructure, 144 satellites around the globe, wide area satellites, whatever that means. I don't know that technology, so I can't tell you. I just know that the three of them bid on contracts, and those will be awarded in December. It's a large amount of work, so those three firms will probably get partial awards. Somebody in that group is probably going to get one of the larger parts of the awards. So that's something to watch, aerospace and defense. Look for dips in Northrop Grumman. That's a little bit extended. And let's see, the bond stock ratio was bullish. It's flat at the lows. So we saw that back in 2017. The bond stock ratio between the S&P 500 and the 10-year bond. Okay, so like 2017, we had this nice run. The 65 period rolled over. Bonds fell out of favor. Equities were bought, and we continued to trend higher, even with these pullbacks. Then we went flat in 2019. We had that big spike for 2020, COVID. And now we're looking more like 2017. So that's the longer term picture. Longer term to intermediate term. Short term, we've got VIX to deal with. And we got this week's OPEX. So good morning, Robert. How was your trip to DC? All right, so futures are starting to move above a profile that it's built, a P-shaped profile where the top part of the curve of the P, that's support. We drop down below the lower part of the P, the bullet shape of the P, that becomes resistance. Watching tick cumulative on the 60-minute, we still need to see that cross up and to the right, up and higher and to the right. And the 4 hours giving us a longer term trend, which is more bullish, higher highs and higher lows. But we can't seem to get above the 50-day. The biggest problem we're having right now is the S&P 500. It's taken a long time to get back above it. And until we do, we have to be more cautious and ready to take defensive actions on any dip below 43.75. If you check the Gamma channel this morning. All right, so let's see, let me go. And also note that growth is still below the 21-day. We have cyclicals, materials, energy, financials, industrials. With the banks reporting this week, starting earnings season for the fourth quarter, we're above the 21-day. So cyclicals are outperforming slightly. You can see the moving averages turned higher, whereas growths continue to move lower. Let's look at the FANG stocks this morning. Those were lower. Yeah, Google's off 12. NVIDIA's off 2.5. Netflix is higher, 2.5. VIX is tapering off. Let's see. Facebook, what's Facebook doing? Facebook's off 2. Amazon is off 13, $12.90. All right, so we're looking for financials to do well. Tesla's higher this morning. All right, so Facebook's in a descending pattern, by the way. So if you're thinking about Facebook, just know that you're in a markdown phase below the 921 and 50-day. Until the moving averages turn up and to the right, we can continue to see this move lower until it stops. Once it stops and bases, that gives the moving averages a chance to change direction. If you're long, know that you're trading a mean reversion setup, okay, with the moving averages lower. So the odds of a bullish trade are somewhat working against you unless you're doing a day trade. In short-term mean reversion, you most likely get rejected at the 9 and 21 day like we've seen thus far since we dropped below the 21 day. back in the second, third week of September. RSI below 50. That's another signal. Respect the trend. The trend is down. MACD's drifting lower. Stochastics oversold. But Facebook, good bounce. Just know what you're trading. Other stocks, AFRM last week, nice bullish trade. Wednesday, the company reported that they had partnered up with and agreed with a deal with Target after adding Walmart and Amazon. We got 4 minutes to go. All right, so we are off $7.50. Gold still in a bearish pattern. Gold, so there's no safety trade here. If there's a safety trade, it's in the U.S. dollar. Okay, the U.S. dollar continues its trend higher. That's going to put a headwind on the world indices. Russia and China, exceptions. You can see ACWI, which is the all-world index minus the U.S. That's at resistance right now. Many of these are in the same situation. So if you're trading any of these indices, just keep that in mind. Dollar higher, these should be continuing lower. Canada is in a big range, moving higher. Same thing with IWM. IWM is in a range, sitting on top of the 50-day. We need that to move higher. Need to see small caps push higher. Last week, small caps, energy, industrials, and financials did okay, but the rest were mixed for the week. Okay, so if you're thinking about small caps, just keep that in mind. All right, we got 3 minutes to go, less than 3 minutes to go. Here are your small caps. Okay, consumer staples, pulling back a little bit. Consumer discretionary, flat underneath the 21-day and the 50-day. Okay, there's your energy. Energy continues higher. It's a little running into resistance here. So we'll watch some of these energy names like Apache, some of these small cap energy names. They're higher this morning. Apache's up 2.5%. You got financials at highs. That's resistance, but could continue higher. This week, we got banks reporting, the big mega banks reporting. Healthcare, very bearish on the small cap healthcare. Industrials above the 21-day, but looks like it could pull back from resistance here, that volume by price band. Materials looking okay. They're flat to slightly higher. IT, technology, small caps, looks like resistance. And utilities, a little bit higher, going into the winter months. So, let's get ready for the opening bell. The FANG stocks looking for a bounce. That would help the markets. Last week you could see all of the energy names that were in play. Small caps, medium, mid caps. Okay, Murphy. National Oil Varco. CNX. And small caps. Okay. Let's get ready for the opening bell. Less than a minute to go. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the 11th of October, Monday, Columbus Day. Bond markets are closed, but the equity markets are open, and futures, obviously. Okay. There's your opening bell. We take profits the first 15 minutes of the trading day, then wait till about 9:45, 9:50 earliest. Get an idea what institutions are focused on. And we want to see relative volume high on any particular position that we're thinking about trading. And we'll look for what sectors are the strongest Futures just sitting here on top of the weekly profile. S&P, okay. All right, so we got to get above 4,400. We got to get above 4,400. Okay, so futures are off 6.5. All right, Google, shorts covering, Apache on the move here. Apache. Okay, so Apache and some of these energy names continue to ramp higher. All right, lots of volume last few weeks. Facebook still moving lower. Morning, Nick. Yeah, I love the restaurants in DC. Okay, let's see. All right, Tesla's up $1.90. Tesla looks like it could follow through. Watch Tesla today. Tesla. Okay, FANG stocks are just hanging out. All right, material stocks. A lot of small cap material stocks moving. All right. Excuse me. Ooh, that water went down the wrong way. Sorry about that. VIX is backing off. We need to see tick stay bullish. We got 2-to-1 up volume on the NYSE. All right, looking for tick to cross over on the 5-minute. So far this morning, things are mixed. We've got materials looking good. We've got the rails trying to push a bit higher. Tesla trying to push higher. All right, let's keep an eye on Tesla. All right, Tesla. All right, Tesla's on the move. All right, so Tesla has an ATR of right at 20 bucks. Okay, we're up 5 right now, so we could see another 15 if they continue to buy Tesla. I was reading some interesting articles this weekend about electric vehicles, you know, how solar is going to impact the large car makers like GM and Ford, you know, gasoline vehicles. Maybe not in the next 2 or 3 years, but certainly in the short term, 5 years, there's going to be a hell of a lot more vehicles. You know, Phoenix has the Waymo, Google, self-driving taxis, robo-taxis, whatever. Anybody live in Phoenix can confirm that. There's a lot of, they are geo-fenced, so they can only work in a certain area. But you have that, and I believe in California there's a couple of areas. But Waymo is owned by Google. A lot of talk about solar. I had my solar panels installed last week. I'm looking to install batteries, a battery backup, so that I can use the battery during peak solar. peak energy costs. So all of that's in play. Watching Tesla. Tesla is the leader, obviously, but you have a lot of other companies like NIO, Li Auto, Baidu, with its it's Google of China. All right, so some of these stocks seeing bullish action. There goes Tesla. Tesla's going some more. So watch the EVs. Those are most likely going to do well. Workhorse, I can't believe how this has just continued to go into the toilet. Remember I told you it hadn't needed to get above 18 way back when, and that it was in a markdown period, that I wouldn't trade this one unless it got above the 921 day? Not happening. Still in a downtrend. Same thing with the cannabis stocks. Don't put money to work in these sectors unless the moving averages are rising or breaking trend. You want to pay attention to the aerospace and defense group. L3 Harris is probably going to flag here. Raytheon, I'm thinking about getting back in this one on any pullback. And Northrop Grumman. These three defense contracts. Material stocks, let's look at MMAT. It's an inexpensive name. Looking for a follow through. What about Freeport-McMoRan? All right, Freeport-McMoRan looks good here. It's above the 50-day, the 9 and 21 day. It's going to probably break out of this range, probably being the operative word. I don't know for sure. We got to see price action build, but this looks good. All the moving averages, all the momentum indicators are bullish on Freeport. Let me mark this down so I don't forget it. Freeport, FCX. I'll keep an eye on Freeport today. Freeport looks good. Freeport-McMoRan. Yeah. FCX.
Hearing that Biosep was from October 8th being tweeted now. That October 8th Biosep coverage from.
All right, looks like Freeport's going to continue higher. I might buy some Freeport. It's a little early. Let me wait a few more minutes on Freeport. Let's look at XLB, see how it's doing. Yeah, XLB is on a move. So if you don't want to buy, well, there's a big spread in the options, so you can't do that unless you're doing shares. Freeport looks good. What about Rio Tinto? Rio Tinto, RIO. That's bullish too. Rio Tinto's in a squeeze. It's coming out of a squeeze on the 5-minute. Rio Tinto, VMC, Vulcan Materials bouncing. I like Freeport the best so far. Freeport looks good. Pretty tight options, 10-15, that's this week. Freeport-McMoRan looks good. SoFi is on the move. SoFi, S-O-F-I, S-O-F-I. All right, looks like it's starting a leg up after consolidating along the 21-day. Note the markdown over here. The base, phase 1 is the base. Phase 4 is the markdown, followed by the base, phase 1. Phase 2 is the 9 and 21 days start to tilt up and to the right. So you're just getting started on SoFi. Trend break for the last 3 weeks. SoFi looks good as well. All right, futures moving higher. VIX has continued to drop off. VIX continues to drop off. All right, VIX is dropping off. VIX dropping off. All right, Netflix up $1.21. Novavax is up $5.60. There goes Novavax. Novavax popping. Mara, that had a nice open. Mara's up $1.47. That continues to mush higher.
ATGX getting an upgrade to an
Mara, take a little profits off the table there. Look for a little dip to re-enter on scalps. Short-term swings.
at 32.72 for PTGX, Protagonist Therapeutics. Earlier, the FDA company announced that the FDA.
All right, watch lithium stocks, LAC, lithium stocks.
That's Papa Tango Golf. X-ray.
All right, let's look at LAC. LAC is another one. LAC, lithium, that looks good. At 2090 or so. All right, lithium stocks on the move. All right, that looks good. VIX continues to drop off. LAC, lithium. This looks good. Lithium, nice bullish setup. LAC.
CBIO, Catalyst Biosciences. Catalyst Biosciences sponsored study, screening study to identify patients with complement factor.
All right, SPY pushing higher. All right, VIX looks like it's going to stop right here, right around 1920. We need VIX to continue to drop off, to be bullish equities, indices, short term. I'm talking about intraday. Okay, we need to see that pull back, and if we can get that to pull back, we might see a follow through. Remember, S&P 500 needs to get above the 50-day. I don't think I'm surprising anybody by saying that. All right, we're sitting right up against that. All right, so remember a couple of weeks ago, we were right here on that 3-day bullish reversal, and then on Monday, we tried to hold the 50-day, and then Tuesday we gapped down, that big gap down on Tuesday. We got rejected on the next bounce at the moving averages on Friday. Thursday, Friday, we got rejected there. Now we're looking for a follow-through. Our side needs to get above 50. It's close. Need to see MACD continue to show that bulls are in control into this OPEX for the month of October, where Stochastics telling us to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range, pretty tight range, which is what we're anticipating, monthly OPEX. So you don't need to chase anything because we should have some good opportunities after 10 o'clock. Look for flags now. Starting to see some flags, some hesitation, some profit taking. I like to take profits first 15 minutes, as you know. Tesla continues to ramp higher. I know Rob's got to be pretty happy with his trade on Tesla. Tesla, a nice follow through. We know that it has a $20 ATR, Tesla. Nice follow through. Okay, the stock is up 12.
Bitcoin futures moving to the highs 57,880. Up about almost 5% today.
All right, like last week, we don't want to chase it up here. I'd be taking profits off into strength. Look for a little dip and then a follow through. If that dip doesn't come, that's indicative of that relative volume and institutions buying. So they must be looking for this to break out. That's what I'm looking for. Nice trend. You can see you have an up day and a few down days, and then an up day and a few down days. Now it's starting to see more up days. You see that? The most recent buying, these wicks down here, right along 770. All right, so that's the closest stop area next to the lows that we saw on Friday. So 775 and then 780, looking for a follow through. All right, Google, all the FANG stocks are bouncing. FANG is bouncing. MTTR looks good. MTTR, that's following through. MTTR, that's one that Josh Brown is all over. This is 3D imaging for the real estate markets, you know, where you can see the space and experience the space without actually being there, working very well for the company, Matterport. That looks really good. Nice follow-through day, MTTR. For 24, MTTR, I like it for 24. Nice 10% move. We're up currently 3.5%. All the FANG stocks, man, the buyers just stepped in mega. Impressive. NVIDIA, obviously, in the autonomous driving too. As I was saying earlier, I read a couple of nice articles about EVs. Now that I have solar panels, it's started me looking at a lot of other research about how eventually more cities over the next, 6 months to 6 years or more, we'll start seeing a lot more EVs, autonomous taxis in geofenced areas, you know, where other cars are not allowed, basically, or only the EVs are allowed. How solar energy is going to impact the gasoline car market. A lot of people scoff on the idea of them completely going away, but our kids, most likely, are going to see the Jetsons' future. All right, apps. Digital Turbine, nice follow through. Apps. Digital Turbine. All right, Digital Turbine, nice follow through. All right, so APPS, APPS. All right, that looks like it's just going to continue. Digital Turbine. Got some nice earnings, sales and earnings on Digital Turbine. All right, SPY continues to move higher. All right, the markets will start to settle down and we'll get a better read on what the institutions are up to. Energy's been in play for the last few weeks. Currently, we've got about 70% of sectors are green, with metals and mining, crude oil, materials, energy, semiconductors leading, consumer discretionary catching a bid, financials looking good.
Shares of AIG, American International Group, popping to the highs, 58.
AIG, so Mr. Flood's probably all over this one. AIG is our resident insurance expert, meets with executives. He's not an insurance salesman, he's a broker. If I got that wrong and you're listening, Brian, just let me know. But Brian, a few months back, Brian was nice enough to talk about what we can look for as far as insurance. As companies laid off and went out of business at the start of COVID, insurance needs shrank, right? A lot of businesses went out, companies went out of business. Now with the reopening demand over the last year, demand is off the charts. Think about all the insurance companies that have to have insurance, workman's comp, whatever, back in business, or companies starting business. You couple that with the reinsurance markets demanding higher rates, and you get a perfect setup for the insurance companies to grow new business policy count, and get higher revenues. That's from Brian Flood, one of our the resident expert on insurance. Other stocks that he likes to trade. Cincinnati Financial. That looks good. These are all working. Chubb. Travelers. All right, all of these insurance companies are looking good. All right, so AIG, TRB, CB, CINF. All right, looks good. Good morning, Catwalk. Good morning. Buford, good morning. All right, Snap, watching Snap. All right, so we've got a nice, about 90% of sectors are green right now, so that's good. The S&P continues to ramp higher. VIX continues to gap down. That was unexpected. I thought we were going to see more of the long vol trade and short equities as we trade up against the 50-day, but a lot of sectors are green going into this fourth quarter earnings season. Today anyway. All right, so we need to see a trend break. Trend line, that's a subjective line along there. It's pretty broad. You can see the thickness of that. But looking at the moving averages, if we start to continue higher, 921-day cross back up through the 50-day, we could have a day where we launch back above the 4,400 level that we're seeing right now. So we're currently 4405. was resistance, is resistance. EZFL, EZFL. Some people were talking about that this morning. EZFL got very high volume. Easy Fill Holdings looks good. Nice job there, folks. EasyFill, EZFL operates an app-based mobile fueling company that provides on-demand fuel delivery services in the U.S. That's an IPO that continues higher, way above average volume today. So it looks like institutions buying. EasyFill, EZFL. All right, we've got about 90% of sectors are green. Junk bonds are flat to slightly lower. Junk bonds, we need to see those improve. Communications, that's the Facebook, Charter Communications, Discover Channel, Viacom, Fox, Netflix, Disney streaming, all of those streaming services. Communications, aside from those streaming service companies too, all the broadcasting companies in that group, those are off 0.3%. Utilities are off 0.5%. That's a defensive sector, obviously. Dow Jones, the Dow Jones 30, we're about 90%, 80% green. Chemicals, Home Depot is higher. We got CRM. We've got Walgreens Boots Alliance on the move, WBA. All right, WBA trying to push higher. Let's see, Home Depot. A number of you were looking at Home Depot last week. That's bullish. Home Depot looks bullish. Yeah. We've got the Dow 30. You've got about 24.
That's OCL now, $10.71 on that FDA approval for Dextenza.
Yeah, who's your creepy uncle, right? Kraft Heinz, KHC. Kraft Heinz pushing a bit higher. Needs to get above the 200-day. It's been consolidating. So Kraft Heinz is still a nice setup. KHC.
FCX, Freeport McMoran seeing some heavy activity in the November 40 call sweep. That's Foxtrot Charlie X-ray, FCX.
All right, so keep an eye on KHC. That looks good. I like that. I have some shares. It has a nice dividend. All right, this looks really good. Looking for a follow through. All right, so the Dow 30 looks good. The NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ 100 is about 70% green. SPY continues higher. All right, we're above 440 4400. S&P 500 is above 4400. That's a critical area. 4400 is resistance. All right, let me put this over here. So we're now in a positive gamma state. Now in a positive gamma state.
India Gulf, India.
Okay. RSI got oversold. Marked that up this morning pre-market. So we launched higher. All right, so far so good, folks. I wouldn't put on a lot of risk just yet. This is looking a lot better. You're starting to get a tailwind, obviously. I would focus. I'm going to focus more on the leading sectors. Materials are picking up the baton at the moment. Materials are up 3.5%. That was energy just a couple of weeks ago. Energy was up 3.5%, 4%, 5% intraday. USO crude oil is up 2%. Materials are up 1.25%. Try some Freeport McMoran. Those are good trades on the materials. Looking for a little flag right now. Freeport. Looking for a little dip right here. If you get a little dip in Freeport, that might be a nice entry. Tesla, how you doing on Tesla there, Rob? Tesla. Yeah, all of the FANG stocks bouncing. Tesla. Okay, Tesla's starting to flag. Look at those little wicks right here. Telltale sign, profit taking. That's probably Rob in there too. Look for a little dip back to the VWAP and watch volume. Watch volume pick up. Tesla looks good. All right, what's the U.S. dollar look like? U.S. dollar. All right, it's consolidating. U.S. dollar consolidating. All right, for the last week, gold and silver have been off. Okay, that's below the 921 and 50 day. There's no safety trade there. Silver. All right, silver looks like it wants to try, wants to test the 50 day. All right, sorry about that. My mic is muted. Thank you. All right, so Enphase, looking for this one to follow through. Okay, Axle and all of the drivetrain and parts suppliers for the EV market, those are looking good. Freeport McMoran looks good. Nice long on Freeport. Digital Turbine.
IBM and RTX Raytheon Technologies to collaborate on artificial intelligence, cryptography, and quantum technologies. That's India Bravo Michael Romeo Tango X-ray IBM RTX.
Digital Turbine. Great company. I got to believe this is just going to keep moving higher. All right, those look good. Lithium stocks, LAC.
Power and CIMC-OEI enter into MOU for the development and commercialization of the EcoWaves power technology in the People's Republic of China. That's Whiskey Alpha Victor Echo WABE.
All right. All right, Enphase. All right, ENPH. ENPH. All right, that one's got some really nice earnings as well. They earned 10 cents per share in 2018, 95 cents in 2019, $1.37 in 2020, 2021, $2.14, and 2022, $2.80. So they're estimating a 31% increase in earnings over the next year. Looking good. Sales and earnings, we've got, this looks really good. Hold on one second. All right, Enphase looks good. S&P still moving higher. S&P looking good. All right, a lot of sectors are working today. We've got 90% of sectors green on the day. All right, so you should be doing fine if you're buying the dips, you're not chasing. All right, so we're pushing higher. Good, good. So 442, looking for 442 on the S&P. Apache looking good. Nice little bounce here. Apache. MTTR looks good. SoFi is up 325%. The options are up 325%. The 18 call is up 325% today. That expires on Friday. IWM continues to push higher here. IWM.
ahead of new MacBook Pro release. That's Alpha Papa Lima, AAPL.
Novavax faded again. Was up, what, 6 points? Faded again. Fuel cell, alternative energy stocks following through. Tesla up 12 bucks. Looking for 810. 810 was my target on Tesla. I've been talking about 810 for a week now. Looking for this next leg, projected move higher on the breakout. You got this consolidation, then you get a couple of days of breakout, then it consolidates again. Looking for that follow-through day today or this week would be nice. EVs look to be fairly hot. The Ford and GM are looking good. Ford with their F-150 and GM with their electric vehicle sales? Or is it the other way around? I forget which. Tesla pulling back a little bit. You've got Nikola, NKLA. What's that doing? Nikola consolidating. Li Auto, not too interested in this one. Still below the 50-day. And NIO, NIO. You got Tata Motors, TTM. Continues to ramp higher. I believe China, I think it was China, that's going to have like some ridiculous amount of electric vehicles only on the roads. Like short term, like in the next year or so, they're requiring some very high number of electric vehicles versus gasoline. I don't think they're going to be able to sell, from what they were saying, gasoline engines in China. Now that's, I can't nail that down because I was reading about this over the weekend and need to do a little bit more research, but that's the gist of the conversation. More EVs, more solar. That's going to affect companies like Enphase and Generac and Tesla. NVIDIA's plus 220. NVIDIA still, NVIDIA is part of that market as well. NVIDIA, robotics, AI, electric vehicles, autonomous vehicles. NVIDIA's in the middle of that. AMD's got a piece of it too. That's looking pretty good, AMD. Hold on one second. This is my mom, folks. I'll be right back. All right, that was Mom calling the office line. That was unusual. No worries there. Good. She's hanging out with my sister. Cool. All right, so the markets are 44.15.87. Continue to push higher. Nice follow through. All right, so looking good. VIX continues to drop off. It's at 1829.
Shares of Context Logic getting a little pop here.
Adobe looks good.
$5.19, up about 3.5%. That's WISH.
Freeport looking good. All right. Hold on one second. It's my mom again. All right, so VIX is trying to hold this level. Keep an eye on the VIX. Is trying to hold this level. So we might have seen the morning high for now. All right, you can see RSI up here overbought. NVIDIA is at the high of the day. The FANG stocks, nice bounce. Buy programs came in pretty obvious on those buy programs following through. All right, the FANG stocks look good. Netflix pushing higher. NVIDIA, Apple, Google, Facebook.
NYMX, NYMOX out with an update. Company says please
All
report
right, EZFL,
shareholders.
EZFL. That's got the highest relative volume today, 44. So as long as you didn't chase it this morning, going to give you a better entry on any dip. I like the idea on this one. EZFL. The company has an app-based mobile fueling company that provides on-demand fuel services in the U.S. That's an IPO. Came out in September. Looking for, it's got high relative volume, so we'll keep an eye on it. It's an inexpensive name. SoFi. SoFi, looking for the follow through, get above the 200-day, looking for a breakout above 18. You got the 200-day right there, that dotted line. SoFi. Pushing higher. Tesla off the highs of the day, looking for a bounce. Netflix up 6. Apache moving higher again after a little dip, a little profit taking at the open. Apache's following through. APA, a lot of the energy, oil and gas names, gas exploration, natural gas. Freeport Materials, Halliburton, Schlumberger fracking, Nucor Steel might be a trade here. Nucor looks like it's trying to change direction, so the steel stocks. Let's see if there's a pattern here. X, US Steel trying to change direction. Note it's in a descending pattern. I prefer Nucor over these. Cleveland Cliffs is above the 21-day. STLD. Steel Dynamics. Ternium Steel, TX. TMST, Temkin Steel. TMST. All right, most of these are nice longs. All right, so let's see if the indices can just hang out here and VIX drop off some more. Temkin Steel, a lot of the steel stocks look good. Temkin, $14 stock, $14.50. Ternium Steel, that had a nice run back in June. Some of you traded this back in June. Higher low, looking for a follow through. Look at the weekly time frame. Okay, you got these dips. Looking for a follow through. Cleveland Cliffs above the 21-day. Cleveland looking pretty good. Look like it could get back to 25, 26 over the next several weeks. I would think it takes at least as long as it took to get down here. 6 weeks to get here, maybe 8 to 12 weeks to get back up to the highs. So that's a definite swing candidate with a stop underneath the 21-day at 21. FANG stocks are hanging out right now.
AMC Entertainment, the weekly $40 call sweep out from Michael Trolley.
AMD flagging at the high of the day. Yeah, Freeport looks good. Intel, what's Intel doing? Intel coming back in. There goes Robinhood. A little pop on Robinhood. Robinhood, a little pop. Robinhood. Okay, Jumai, J-M-I-A, Jumai. All right, its sideways pattern needs to get above the 21-day. AMD had a nice follow through today. AMD. Maybe it holds the 21-day this time and pops through 108.50. Gets above 108.50. This is bullish. Bullish above 108.50, bearish below if it can't hold on to the 21-day. looks more bullish than bearish to me. RSI is rising. MACD's cross stochastics. This looks good. So once it clears 108.50, you got a better shot at 114.50 than 122.50. Until then, VIX and indices need to be on our side as well. Semiconductors pretty strong today. Semi is pretty strong. AMD mentioned. Needs to close above the 50-day. Semiconductors are fairly strong today. Semiconductors, pretty strong day for semis. They're up almost 1%. Fuel cells on the move. Fuel cell. Fuel cell is really moving here. FCEL. Nice trend. Pushing off the 21.921 day. This is starting to change direction. Alternative energy. Alternative energy stock. It manufactures stationary fuel cells worldwide for commercial, industrial, government, utility customers. Still operating at a loss, but it's projected to go to a profit probably by 2023. Fuel cell. What's the ATR for today? ATR is 47 cents. Let's say 50 cents. It's up 30 cents. Could see a little bit more. It's at R2 right now. Fuel cell. IWM. Need to see those small caps performing. We were sitting on the 50-day. We noted that on Friday. It was the only index that closed lower for the week. We're looking for a follow-through. If small caps pick up the baton right now, that would be a risk-on signal. All right, we had TLT, AGG, the long bond USB, SHI, the short two-year, the IEF 7-10-year. All those bonds were lower last week. So yields were higher. Okay, bonds are out of favor. So we want to see junk bonds. We want to see all of these moving higher. All right, so junk bonds continue to drift lower. We've got three of four risk-on indicators pushing higher. All right, we could see a bounce in junk bonds on the weekly time frame, but for now they're fairly weak, so that's an early signal that we want to see pushing higher. We want to see a bounce. Junk weekly. All right, so we're drifting below the midline of the Bollinger Bands, which have held price ever since moving above it back here in May, June of last year, 2020. We moved above the 65 period, the green line, and we stayed above in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. That's significant. Okay, Mr. Young pointed that out last week that we were testing the 20-day. So look for a bounce. You still got the opportunity for a bounce here. You got a left shoulder ahead, potentially neckline around 107.50. Junk bonds need to continue higher. Else that would be a risk off indicator. We need to pay attention to that. And high yield corporate weekly. All right, so that's below the 20 period as well, the lower half of the Bollinger Bands. This one also, since May, June of 2020, has been above the 20 period, the upper half of the Bollinger Bands all this time. This is the first time, other than right here, where we pull back during the week. Need to see a pop back above. If we can't get a pop back above, that would be an early signal. The bond market tends to lead. Let's go take a look at the Bank of America yield spread. I meant to do that in the weekend video, forgot that. So Bank of America yield spread, this option right here, ICE BOA high yield index. All right, so we need to see this. If we want to get bearish, this needs to start spiking higher like it did back in February of 2020. It doesn't look like that right now. The level that we're looking at presently starting to rise a little bit. We're at 319. If you go back to 2020, 319 versus 319 versus this low right here, 366. It broke out at around 366 to 5. All right, so anything above 4% on this yield spread would be a warning signal. Okay, so SPY is starting to pull back right now. All right, so that's something to pay attention to, along with junk bonds and high yield corporate. For the longer term traders, okay, the majority of the market though looks pretty good. Sector wise, we've got a couple of sectors going red right now, but we're still at about 85% green, led by materials, mining, crude oil, energy, materials, biotechs, IWM, small caps, financials, builders, and semiconductors. Technology is up a bit today. So if technology is up a bit, we should see both of these moving higher, growth and value. All right, you can see it's starting to turn up a little bit. Looks like we're trying to get above the 21-day. We're breaking higher, so I would focus more on these sectors here, materials, mining, energy, financials, and industrials. These are outperforming. They're above the 21-day. 21 days turning. I would focus more on these sectors if you're trading. All right, so there could be some, follow through in the growth stocks too, but your highest probability is going to be in these groups here, okay, in the bottom screen. Facebook's pulling back some more. Facebook, yep, doing exactly what we thought it would do. When it's in a markdown period that you're going to see rejection overhead. Netflix pulling back. All right, so SPY pulling back a bit. VIX at 1850. Tesla.
Saw some call activity earlier in WIN, WYNN. Shares hitting 88.75 now at the high. That's Whiskey Yankee, November.
Excuse me. Lithium, LAC, continues to push higher. Lithium, LAC. $20.90, LAC. LAC, we had to stop at $20.90. Plus one, sorry, that was a typo here. All right, lithium looks good. Let's see, LAC. All these lithium phosphate batteries, much better. Fewer fires, or no fires, I think, is what the research suggests, versus the cobalt batteries technology, shifting to lithium phosphate. All right, so lithium stocks catching a bid here, looking for a follow through in LAC. All right. All right. Looks good, folks. Nice job following through. Lithium. Nice follow through. Lithium. Okay, what's the ATR? The ATR is $1.40. Can we see 24.72? Yeah. 24.72. Just looking at the potential to sell premium. NYMO is plus 30. That's the highest levels we've seen. NYMO, highest levels since the August dip and May, August and May. Plus 31. Sony continuation. We highlighted Sony last week along with ATVI. We're looking at ATVI, Electronic Arts, Take-Two, Sony, Roblox. Roblox not so much, but those gaming stocks look good. Software. Let's see, Ford following through. Bitcoin, BTC, Bitcoin. Bitcoin continuation. That looks good. Bitcoin way above its anchored VWAP from July. VWAP. We've got Bitcoin at 58,080. Yeah, I liked Elvis too. Las Vegas Sands last week looked really good. All of these breaking trend. All right, Las Vegas Sands breaking trend. Las Vegas Sands, stop 38. I like that one too, along with Wynn. WYNN, Wynn too. What about Boyd Gaming, BYD? Penn Gaming, not so much. SGMS, Scientific Games, not so much. MGM, Casinos, not movie studios. Caesars, all right, so all right, so those look good. When that looks good. Breaking trend, looking like if it gets above the 50-day. Apache looks good. Apache trying to take out the high of the day. APA. A lot of these, when they start moving, look at the volume coming in here. So, you know, you're up at the highs. You're breaking a double top on Friday. You're following through. The fact that it didn't pull back to the 9 EMA yet and the volume keeps picking up is telling you that's institutions, their signature. Let's look at some of the other names like Devon Energy, one of my favorites, Diamondback Energy, FANG. Diamondback, breaking out, following through. Murphy, Marathon Petroleum, and Marathon Murphy Oil, MRO. All of these following through. EOG. So it looks like institutions are still falling all over themselves buying these stocks. EOG, PSX, Phillips 66. Look at the trend on that damn thing. Wow. Phillips 66 a couple of weeks ago, we noticed that it was moving above the 50-day, but it hadn't caught up with the other stocks, and this one had really a lot of potential. It's up 14 points now. Nice. PXD, Pioneer Natural, CNQ, Canadian Natural. Oh man, these all look good. All right, so all those look good. SPY, brief little foray back to R1, and now it's starting to find buyers. So SPY looks really good. This is pretty consistent or persistent, per PER system. Freeport, nice. A lot of people noticing Freeport. Nice job on Freeport if you're still trading it. All right, so looks like a higher low. We're going to take out 44.30. That'd be good. Looking for 442 today. Looking for 442, those calls, 442 calls. Looking for those to land in the money. Buyers still coming in. Digital Turbine, looking strong. Tesla, what you doing, Tesla? Tesla, it's up $8.50 off the highs of the day. Netflix up 285, 288, 289, 290. Well, it's climbing pretty quick there. LAC, lithium, looks good.
Shares of Oxygen, OCGN, Oxygen spiking to the highs now 742. Oscar Charlie Golf November.
All right, SPY looks like it wants to push higher. S&P 500, the futures popping up there. It's building a B-shaped profile, the capital B. The lower part of the B is where the weekly point of control is. The upper part of the B is where price action is right now. So that looks good. Looks really good here. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's lots of good videos out there. I won't belabor it, but there's lots of good videos on understanding profiles with S&P futures, futures charts. Just Google it, profile, futures, explanation, and there's tons of videos out there. Basically, we're looking at the top of the B to lend support if we push above it. Right now it's resistance. We're tagging it at the moment. We're watching Bookmap also running into some resistance right here. Overhead at 44.05 on the futures. There's an area of liquidity overhead we ran into. Pulling back a bit. Need to get above that 44.05 on the futures chart, which translates into about 44.15, 44.15, 44.16 on the S&P index, not to be confused with the futures. 44.05 on futures, 44.16 on the S&P index. All right, so we're looking for that. While VIX is trying to hold on to 1840, we got tick cumulative on the 5-minute, nice and bullish. We've got 3-to-1, 3.6 to 1 up by them. Market internals are bullish, so those would need to change dramatically to indicate sellers. Right now it looks like buyers. Most sectors are green. 90% of sectors are green. Retail, communications, and utilities are the only groups that are off right now, and those are off modestly. Metals and mining is the hot sector. So if you're not trading in the metals and mining, Freeport and steel stocks, copper names. Copper was up 25% for the year or something like that. I was seeing something on Bloomberg this morning. Maybe look at copper. Let's look at copper real quick. Copper, didn't cover it in the weekend, but basically we're in this sideways range, copper. Okay. So this is an end of day chart. If this starts to move higher, this would be good for the Home Depots, the builders, Toll Brothers, etc. Would like to see bullish action off of support here. Beazer Homes, BZH, TriPoint Homes, TPH, KB Homes, KBH. All right, TriPoint looks pretty good. I think TriPoint is doing a lot of work out in on the West Coast. A lot of homes that burned down with the fires over the last couple of years. People rebuilding. Pulte Homes. Lennar. Okay. LGIH. So it's mostly the home improvement right now that looks good, right? They're above their 921 and 50 day. Bullish trend, RSI above 50, MACD above its signal line, stochastics rising. Home Depot and Lowe's. Lowe's looks pretty good for the breakout here. Lowe's and Home Depot.
It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, there's another one. There's another Canadian lumber company. Where is it? I'm looking at the watch list. Canadian lumber. Where is it? Where is it? You guys know off the top of your heads, Canadian lumber? it W? Is it W something?
Remember Charlie at
You guys know what I'm talking about? I was on the WFG. That's it. WFG. Yes. Thank you, Anton. WFG looked really good. On a trend higher. LPX, Louisiana Pacific, WY, Weyerhaeuser, all of those look good. Yeah, all those look good. Yeah, I like LPX is sitting on the 20-day, right? Right on the 20-day, starting to push off. So draw a trend line through these. A break above 64.50 would indicate this next leg up. You can see a markdown over here. We look for this markdown, then the telltale signs of accumulation. Phase 1. Phase 2 is the markup period, characterized by 9, 21, and 50-day rising up and to the right. You know, Anton likes to buy down here. Some of you like to buy before the crossover. A little bit more risky, but once the price gets above the 9, 21, and 50-day, you've got a good confirmation. You can add to your positions. That looks good. Phase 2 starting, so this leg up should continue higher. And Frank likes to buy dips on options, as does Grover. There goes Fuel Cell, FCEL, breaking out again. Fuel Cell, FCEL. This one just keeps moving higher. I know, David, you're in this one. Texas Dave. Fuel Cell, right out of the gate. Look at that volume. Fuel Cell. BCC, that's Boise Cascade, right? BCC, Boise Cascade. Yeah, I like that one too. Easy, thank you. BCC, Boise Cascade. A little bit thinner in terms of volume. But yeah, it looks just like Louisiana Pacific is sitting there, 9 and 21 day, taking its time. You know, you could put an alert. You don't have to sit here with money and just wait until it breaks higher. You put an alert. If it breaks above 57, you can start watching it. Volume is coming in. So that's another one. Yeah, that looks good. Netflix, nice bounce on Netflix, higher low, looking for a higher high on Netflix. S&P. All right, nice little trend breakout. Let me just reduce the width of this. All right, so that looks better. All right, so yeah, that's right there. Looking at the bodies of these candles, breaking out. So the 50 days, the next test. Can we get that this week? Looks like they're going to do that. Remember, this JP Morgan collar is bullish by design with a hedge for downside risk. They want to see a follow through, a bullish continuation, 3.5 to 5% calculated. So by December 31st, they can always roll their positions up. That's what we want to see. We want to see those calls. There's a lot of calls that were traded on Friday, so that was something of a concern this morning. Fewer puts, but a lot of calls. We got a lot expiring this Friday on the Qs. I think 1.2 million or something like that rings a bell. So we have puts expiring. 1.3 million in puts. Contracts, 1.3 million contracts expire on Friday, and roughly 1.4 million S&P puts. 2 million SPY puts expire. So, you have theta decay as well, and charm. So, taking profits on those. Maybe they're taking profits on those as we push higher, buying futures. That's the strength it looks like so far today. We still have a large negative gamma, which forecasts a pretty decent volatility swing. So this swing lower can be met by a swing higher. So just be aware of it. I was thinking that I was going to buy some puts today if we got up to 4,400 and got rejected, but instead S&P 500 index, not the futures. If we got up to 4,400 and we couldn't get through it, but we blasted right through it like it wasn't there this morning. RSI, as you can see on the screen, was oversold, that blue box. We quickly got up to overbought, and now we're just watching the VWAP here could flatten out. We could just sit here and do nothing the rest of the day as we're waiting for signals going into monthly OPEX into the month. This week, this Friday, expiration. For the most part, stock's doing fairly well. We've got NYMO plus 30, what was it, 31? NYMO was plus 31. 30.44. So that's the highest level we've seen since the fourth week of August, where we hit 32, 34, I think 34, 35 rings a bell. Also in May, we hit the same level and we got rejected, so we're a bit overbought. But this time, maybe we overshoot. NYMO, more stocks participate. We can go over to NYSE and determine real quick what kind of breadth we have. Number of new highs versus new lows. I'm going to come back to this chart in a minute, but new highs minus new lows. You can see last week we remarked on Thursday how we made a new high, and then Friday another new high. Note the moving averages are rising up. We got green elder sticks on the NYSE, and advanced decline made a new high right here. You see that? Compared to 2 weeks ago, the 20th of September. Remember that dip that we saw? We also have, I wanted to show you that other chart. So we were starting to see, removing the candles, starting to see the 50-day flatten out, the 200-day still cruising higher. We want the 50-day to turn back up. We do not want to see a death cross or a peak in the markets. Right now we have an early warning on junk and high yield, so we're aware of that. The 50-day, we don't want, once it plateaus, that's an early warning. Once it starts to turn, it's already done that. So let's keep an eye on the moving averages, 50 and 200-day. The S&P Equal Weight Index gave us a buy signal last week. Number of stocks trading above their 50-day was at a low. We had 70% of stocks were trading below their 50-day moving average. It was actually 75%. That's an indication when it starts to turn that institutions are taking the advantage. People throwing away their shares. Institutions are scooping select companies up, looking for this to push higher. This is the end of day update. So this should be up near 45% today, most likely. CCI still moving higher. When both of these turn higher, that's a bullish signal. You can see the index is pushing above the 50-day. So you remove the weight of the NASDAQ 100, the stocks that make up 25% of the weight of the index, these 8 plus JP Morgan and Johnson & Johnson, those 10 stocks make up more than 25% of the weight of the S&P 500. So if you remove that, it gives you a nice read on the markets. So a close above the 50-day here would be early for the 50-day on the S&P. That includes the weight of these stocks. So excluding the weight, now that I've confused everyone, excluding the weight of these stocks, we're above the 50-day. And we're on a buy signal. And the number of stocks trading below their 50-day is dwindling. We're headed back towards 50%. And we're not even close to the red zone. So that's where you want to start thinking about taking profits off into strength when we hit these extreme levels. And even that doesn't slow things down. We've been in this sideways pattern. We briefly moving higher. We've got higher lows, higher highs. And more importantly, we're above the 50-day now. So this is a good chart to watch. Okay. Don't look at one chart and assume you know what's happening in the markets. That's a fatal mistake that a lot of new traders make. They get on StockTwits or Twitter and they say, oh, the S&P 500 is at the 50-day, we're going to crash or whatever. And not looking at everything else. You know, you need to look at the number of stocks trading below their 50-day or above. You need to look at where money is flowing. Is breadth improving? Obviously, everyone in the trading room is on the same page, so I'm not telling you anything you don't know. But the new members, some of them, not sure how skilled you are as traders. But I never look at the S&P 500 and assume I know what's going to go on in the markets. Just like junk bonds are currently negative, that's only one of many indicators. Okay, this is moving lower. That's not good for the markets. Short term, intermediate term, long term, we could still bounce, but this is weighing on the markets, just like IBB, biotechs. Okay, we want these to continue higher. That's a risk on. This is a risky asset, so you want to see this moving higher as well. That will tell you that traders that are not risk averse, they're not worried about this, pull back in IBB, they'll be buying down here. These are still stocks that are trading below the 50-day. So you'd expect to see institutions picking up shares down here, XBI as well, and LABU. All right, so those are turning. USO, crude oil, you want to see crude oil moving higher. To a certain extent, crude oil moving higher is bullish correlation to equities, but obviously if it gets too bad, you know, that starts to impart inflation. People stop spending on other things when they have to pay for gas. You know, luxury items or items they don't need, like XLY, consumer discretionary, which is hanging in there. All right, sector-wise, we look okay. Sectors, we're looking okay here. Sectors. Okay, so retail, utilities. Retail is going to be some of the consumer discretionary names. Communications, Viacom, Fox, Discovery Communications, Facebook, Netflix. What's Netflix doing? Netflix is bouncing. Charter Communications. Transports are flat. We want to see transports moving higher. If goods and services are being created or in demand, we should see industrials moving higher out of this range, this lower range, and push higher. We want to see stocks like Caterpillar moving higher. Okay, John Deere, not going, 3M, Boeing, all these big cap industrials. Boeing looks really good.
Carcass to appear on Benzinga's Power Hour show at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's Papa Romeo Papa Hotel PRPH.
If you haven't read Brian's comments in the trading room at 11:09, Brian Flood, make sure you check it out because he is an expert in the insurance industry. All right, he's not a salesman, he's a broker. I think you said you're a broker. I'm sorry if I bastardize your title or your expertise, but I know you meet with a lot of insurance executives, so management teams, etc. Brian's talking about reinsurance companies still pushing rate increases downstream, which ultimately are passed to businesses and consumers. Tried and true names are busy acquiring. Chubb, for example, just announced an acquisition last week, expanding their presence in Asia. $5.1 billion purchase of Turkey Insurance. That's pretty funny. That's the name, anyway. No pun intended. Turkey Insurance. 5.1 billion purchase. Acquisition rumors are still abundant. Names I hold include AIG, Allstate Insurance, ALL, Chubb, CB, Cincinnati Financial, Travelers Insurance, Progressive Insurance. What is RE? Is that reinsurance as the company? RE, I believe it is, right? RE, reinsurance. Everest Reinsurance Group. HIG. Was it Harvard? Hartford? Yeah, Hartford. CNA. All those looking good. Yeah, so they have positive cash flow and building the investment
HTA, Healthcare Trust of America. Elliott sends letter to the
yeah, thanks there,
Trust of America.
Brian. Appreciate that.
Alpha, HTA.
AFRM looking good. Nice follow through on AFRM. That continues higher. Yeah, acquisitions are pretty strong. There you go. Nice little dip and a push higher on AFRM. Wednesday last week, that big bullish candle was thanks to Target. All right, so SPY's pulling back a little bit. VIX is popping up. Watch your positions here. Maybe take a little profits off the table. Look to, if you're day trading, look to SoFi is on the move, huh? SoFi, nice move on SoFi. Yeah, you are a broker and vice president. Okay, so I got that right. So yeah, what I was talking about, Brian, was how each quarter you get analysts that meet with the companies that they follow. In your case, you're talking with people in the business, analyzing the pulse of the markets and the market trends. Yeah, SoFi looks really good. SoFi continuing to push higher here off of the moving averages. SoFi.
Getting a pop here to the high. Delta India, $8.72.
All right, so we're at 86 cents. It's up $1.62. So clearly an expansion day. SoFi expansion day. Expansion day on SoFi. Looking for the follow through. All right, GM looking for the follow through on GM as well. All right, VIX starting to turn over now. Looking for a higher low on SPY, S&P 500. SoFi looking good. You've got twice the ATR on the day already. Okay, clear expansion day break off the 9/21 day. We stayed down there for 8 trading days at the 21 day, pushing higher.
SCEL Fuel Cell, April $15 call, Sweet Foxtrot Charlie Echo Lima, FCEL.
Does he say $15 call sweep? Is that what he just said? April. Next year, April. Let's see, man. January, February, March, April. I don't see April. I think he means March. There's no April. Oh, that's GM. No wonder. FCEL.
There's a fuel cell at the highs now, $6.81.
Fuel cell. Yeah, they do have Aprils. Okay. What are they looking at? The 15s?
Today, Foxtrot Charlie Echo Lima, FCEL.
Yeah, I see what he's looking at, but excuse me. Wow. Couldn't hit the mute button fast enough. Sneeze right on my microphone. Yeah, I appreciate that, Brian. You know, insight into that industry group, that's one of Warren's favorites. Speaking of Warren, let's take a look at Berkshire Hathaway. That was looking good last week, BRKB. All right, BRKB. BRKB looking for the follow through. Fuel cell continues to push higher. Bitcoin, obviously Bitcoin doing well. So if you're trading Bitcoin stocks, all right, nice follow through out of the black flag breakout. Okay, looks good. All right, look at the volume last week. Wow. Yep. Thank you, Brian, for that update. All right, so we get through 65,000. That'd be awesome. Let's see what Mara looks like. Mara on the daily, following through. Nice continuation. Mara, nice follow through today. You know, when you think about what Brian Flood sharing, the news he's sharing with us on, you know, what he does exactly, and you think about this particular chart I show you guys from time to time. This is the fourth quarter, and notice the banks start to report this week, the 13th, 14th, 15th. That's 2 weeks prior to the earnings being reported. And what stocks are moving higher going into earnings? You know, you have analysts that cover these stocks, pretty much what Brian is talking about. He understands the insurance industry. These analysts meet with the executives or the management teams with the companies that they cover, and they know ahead of time, at least 2 weeks prior to earnings being reported, you know, what are the trends. You know, obviously they can't trade on insider information, but they can report trends like Brian was talking about, that if you follow, these charts make more sense. This is the second half of the year. We're in the fourth quarter now. And note the double-digit returns that generally follows in the fourth quarter. So we're watching a lot of these stocks, looking for follow-through. Many people are still looking for the indices to get rejected at the 50-day. We looked at the equal weight index, which removes the weight of those top 10 stocks. We can see clearly that it's above the 50-day so far. So that's an early signal that maybe we have a test and a close above the 50-day this week. Imagine earnings will have a big impact on it. So if we get above the 50-day, 44.29.97, 44.30 was the high last week, and 44.38 is the 50-day. 44.38. So we want to get above that level. And looking for a higher low now on the S&P spiders. All right, VIX is tailing off right here, trailing off very quickly. VIX from the highs of the day. So we should see a pop back, at least maybe back to the highs of the range. You can see VWAP is flattening out, so it looks like we're going to move sideways from this point, which makes sense going into OPEX, monthly OPEX. We tend to see tighter price action. We've had our pop for the day, for today. All right, so major resistance and support. Let me just pull this over here for now in case we start to trail off a little bit. I don't want to get that in the way. Okay, RSI is backed off to 50. VIX is in a ascending channel on the 1 minute. Ascending channel is starting to pop again. VIX, maybe take a little profits off the table. GM, looking for it to get going here. GM. General Motors, like to see a follow through. Note the buyers at the low of the day today. GM. Tesla. Buyers at the low and sellers at the high, so we're still contained here. We need to get above 810. I like to see 810 on this next leg. Similar to this breakout here, you got a consolidation for 3 weeks, and then you pop above that consolidation. We consolidate again, but we're trending, grinding along. Record vehicle deliveries. I'd like to get a Tesla Model 3 sporty version.
Facebook seeing some bullish pull activity. Foxtrot Bravo, weekly 335 calls active in Facebook now. Foxtrot Bravo. FB.
All right, looking for a higher low. VIX is backing off now. GM is starting to move. GM is on the move.
To rebrand the Hyatt Grand Central New York and resume operations beginning November 1st.
All right, GM looks good. Nice follow through. All right, so we got this resistance level overhead at 59. That's 60. We get above 60, we can really start to cruise. You can see that at 59.21, the last area of bag holders is right here at 59.36. They're probably selling this morning, so there's a little bit of resistance at this point. These bag holders here, people who got stuck thinking the same thing we're thinking right now, they were just buying at the wrong time. I consider the wrong time when price starts moving below the 921 and 50 day, get into the markdown period. I don't want to buy here or here or here. I want to see the trend reverse and go from markdown to phase 1 accumulation to mark up phase 2, where institutions keep lifting their offers now. They already have their positions. Thinking about how they get price action to mark up, they keep lifting their offers. That's the markup period, phase 2. So these people bought too soon. We were just pushing below the 921 and 50 day. Now, some of these people are still left that want to sell as price action gets back to their level. They just want to wash their hands and be done with the position, only to see price action follow through because they bought at the wrong time. They don't understand that now the trend has changed, whereas the trend was against them before. Now the trend is with the bulls. So any pullbacks should get bought. I wouldn't chase it up here, but Ford's certainly looking a lot better since last Wednesday when it dipped. Same thing with Ford. I was looking at Ford. I know Ali was interested in this. I thought it could get down to the 21 day. We nearly got there last week, followed through on Thursday, Friday. Now we're trying to push higher. Both of these American car manufacturers talking very bullish comments. I believe Ford with the F-150s, was it the electric F-150s? I know GM with the Hummer EV. GM, they also do Cadillac, right? Don't they manufacture Cadillac? I don't follow them that close, so I can't tell you. But, you know, Cadillac has a nice EV that's out that I've seen on television. Not television, but YouTube advertising. I don't watch regular TV. So, you know, markets look pretty good today. Looking for a higher low, looking for VIX to drop off. So far, so good. So we know the sectors that are working. Metals and mining, steel stocks look good. We've got USO, materials, energy, biotech's looking good today. Financials, we got banks reporting this week, so you have a little bit of headline risk going into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So be aware of that. I want to buy banks after the fact. So if Goldman Sachs reports really great earnings, I want to wait and see what happens. Or if they report bad earnings, that's going to tell us, that's going to kind of give us a clue what's going on. With that JP Morgan caller, follow my train of thought here. If JP Morgan is looking for more upside, what do you think the chances are that their earnings are going to be good? Just their early indications. You know, they have, you know, research and analyst departments that, you know, tells Jamie what to anticipate, and the trends are looking good. So this collar that expires in December 31st is geared towards a bullish new highs, okay, or a pushback up to the 4,500 zone. They sold the 4,505 calls, which they could roll up at some point to buy the 4,150 put spread, which they could also push higher if the markets break out. But this is a bullish trade setup. They also have an ETF that trades this. Just talk to Corey. He's got all the particulars. Highlander in the trading room if he's listening. You can post that in the social channel if you want, Corey. I know you posted in my DM. So, but this is bullish. So do you think the banks are going to report good earnings? I do. Just given what JP Morgan's kept moving this collar higher and higher until last time around. I believe the collar was pretty close to where it is now. Or was it a bit higher? Anyway, we're looking for those institutions to position higher, sell more calls at higher levels, roll some of those calls up to 4,500 so that we can start to head higher into year end. The fourth quarter, a lot of people are talking about it could be a little weird into the fourth quarter. What weird means to them, like Josh Brown talking about being more hedged, if you will, going into the fourth quarter. So pay particular attention. If you listen to the halftime report when I have them on, pay particular attention to the things they're saying about the fourth quarter. I will as well. So looking good here on the S&P. All right, so we're pushing higher. We got a higher low now. We're printing a higher low off of VWAP. That's where you want to see a higher low occur, above VWAP or at VWAP. Less so when price action moves below VWAP. As you can see over here, we had price action above VWAP and then we dropped below. We had a bounce towards the close on Thursday, but couldn't get back up to the highs. So we want to see higher lows and higher highs at this point. And VIX is dropping really strong, really hard now. VIX is dropping really hard. All right. All right, so we've got SPY with a higher low, S&P 500 with a higher low. Looking for the higher high now, looking for the higher high. Okay, so major resistance is now support, 4,400. We're in a positive gamma state at this point, which means institutions, dealers in particular, will be buying futures, not selling futures. They'll buy futures on a dip. They'll sell into a rip instead of the other way around. They won't be selling into drops in the markets to hedge to delta neutral. They'll be buying these dips and selling the rips. All right, VIX is dropping off more, so this is looking very good now. All right, so that looks good. We want to see that in the Bookmap charts too. Bookmap, we're above liquidity levels right now. We're running right along. Remember, 4405 was a liquidity level on futures.
White House official says they are closely monitoring the cost of oil and gas.
All right, Bookmap is showing that high liquidity level that we're running into right now, 4405. So we can get above 4405, which translates into about 4415, 4416 S&P. This is the level we need to get above right now. So pretty obvious level. Okay, Bookmap is showing us the same thing, pulling back a little bit now from that liquidity level. Now we're looking for buyers. We want large buy orders to show up. Okay, let's see percent gainers today. Let's see who's doing what here. Okay, Flexion, that was earlier this morning.
Shares of Boeing spiking to the highs 230.32. Bravo Alpha.
Boeing looks good. Boeing looked good this morning. It's spiking now. Boeing with a nice move here. BA. Big industrials for the Dow. DIA. DIA above the 50 day. Yeah, I missed that one too. I saw it, but I didn't take it. Nice follow through with the 200 day. Still plenty of time. That's pretty funny, Anton. The visual. That's pretty funny. All right, so we're looking for a higher high now. We're looking for the higher high. S&P. All right, we're looking for that higher high. All right, watch GM. GM looks like it's ready to go now. Ready to giddy up. VIX is showing a bear flag. Thank you, Rickster. All right, so we're looking for a break higher. With 50 day at 44.38 S&P 500 index, the futures are moving higher. That's a good sign. Tick cumulative is bullish on the 5-minute. Let's see what the daily looks like, or the 60-minute rather. 30-minute, 30-minute, 30 minutes a crossover bullish. $60-minute. Yeah, 60 minutes just went bullish. All right, we got a higher low on the 60-minute. Higher low on the 60-minute. Tick cumulative. We're trading 3.5 to 1 up volume on the NYSE, 2.7 to 1 up volume on the NASDAQ. That's bullish. Internals are bullish. We are at the highs of the day. 44.15 is the level that we got rejected at. 44.15, let's say 44.16, because a move above that 44.16 would most likely trigger a lot of stops that are overhead. Traders that are looking for a move back below VWAP. This is a lower high. After all, this is a lower high, and we're still below the 50-day moving average. However, the S&P equal weight index is above the 50-day. SPX equal weight. So we're above the 50-day. So is the Dow. So is the Dow. So are small caps, IWM. Okay. NASDAQ. NASDAQ below the 21-day. S&P below the 50-day and the 20. It's above the 21-day. So we got a good shot at the 50-day. NYSE. We're above the 50-day. So that looks good. The NYSE is 2,700 stocks. Okay, so that's an interesting observation. 2,700 stocks. All right. NYSE is 2,700 stocks. Let's look at NYSE through the cycle, the lens of a cycle. Kopach cycle is built for the weekly time frame. All right, let's see what the industrials look like. Still dropping on the weekly, but the daily could be slowing down. It is. See, it's moving higher. So the short term, this is very bullish. Now let's look at the NYSE, NYA. Cycle is turning up. SPX, cycle is turning up. NASDAQ, cycle is turning up. And I said IWM, right? IWM, cycle up. And the Wilshire, WLSH, Wilshire, cycle up. This is the Wilshire 5000, so a broad measure of market participation. Doesn't mean VIX can't spike up like it's doing right now. Spiders had a good day so far, so maybe you're taking a little profits off the table into lunch. Look for ABCD patterns. If you're a new trader, we look for this. The markets are not just going to go straight up unrepentant. Okay, it's going to have periods of back and fill. So if you look at the index right now, you can see already the spiders. Here's A, here's B. So a little pullback here would be fine. That would be C, maybe into lunch. So this A usually shows up early in, right before lunch. Sometime around lunch, we see the A pivot. In this case, it's happening at 10 o'clock, 10:15. We get that first initial pullback. What happened? Buyers stepped up, pushed it back up, not quite back to the highs. Looking for a higher low, like we're seeing here. If we get the higher low, that'll be our stop underneath VWAP or underneath this level right here, just like in the ABCD pattern chart you're looking at. So stop under here or VWAP if we get a higher low now. Watching SPY on the 5-minute chart. Okay, everything is kind of taking a breather at the moment. We need VIX to drop off. That's the key. If we can get VIX to drop off, we're good. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm not leaving. I'm just here off the mic. All right. Let's see, Ali, looking at SunPower. Yeah, SunPower. Yeah, Ali, I've been reading a lot about SunPower, and I think people are really underestimating what's going to happen with solar and battery systems and gasoline engines over the next 5, 10 years, if not sooner. If you listen to Kathy talk about it, Woods, what people were looking at happening in 5 years is happening in 3 years. What they thought 2 years ago was happening shorter time frame and continues to happen. These cycles are getting shorter and shorter. Now, what they were expecting to see out of solar and battery powered systems affecting, energy consumption is changing. Instead of waiting another 3 years now, it's like a year and a half. I mean, these cycles are really starting to look very bullish for EVs. Um, I have Tesla panels and Enphase equipment. The panels are getting so efficient now and so much better as years pass. The technology is getting better and better. The battery systems using lithium phosphate instead of cobalt, less problems with fires.
PRPH, Prophase Labs interview that was scheduled at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Benzinger's Power Hour has been canceled. That's Papa Romeo Papa Hotel PRPH.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the electrical inspector for the town to sign off on the installation so I can power up. All right. Yeah, SunPower looks good. SEDG. These are occasionally on the IBD 50. Nice pop there. First Solar FSLR. All of those breaking out. First Solar. With energy, oil and gas becoming so expensive, I'm telling you, lots of people, I mean, even my neighbor, like, who's your installer? It's like people in the neighborhood are getting all excited. Wow, you did it. Maybe I should look into it. I think you should. I think you should. A lot of the houses here have south-facing, fairly large roof lines facing south. Mine is perfect. There's no shade on that side. It helps to help insulate too, because now it's absorbing a lot of the heat that was taken care of with roof and insulation at this point. So I'm very excited about the solar installation that we put in Thursday, Friday, as long as once the inspector comes in and approves it. Next step is to install a lithium phosphate Enphase battery system. If you look it up online, Enphase batteries, the Encharge unit, very efficient compared to Tesla's Powerwall, much more efficient, less cost, more cycles, a 10-year warranty for the batteries, 25 for the units themselves and controllers. I would look into it. I mean, it's no out of money now, no out of pocket expense on your part. They take care of all of the inspections, the permits, the approvals.
Diamond says government is going to regulate crypto.
AEHR, yeah, that's been looking good all day. AEHR last week, air systems, test systems, looking for the follow through.
Chain is real. Stable coins can be 12 o'clock.
All right, we got 12 o'clock. Let's go ahead and tune in to these guys and see what they're doing.
WKEY, WiseKey. WiseKey's blockchain-based solutions offer decentralized trust to unlock a decentralized Internet 3.0 via the Trust Protocol Alliance. That's Whiskey Kilo Echo Yankee, WiseKey. Shares of WiseKey spiking near $6.55. That's Whiskey Kilo Echo Yankee.
I see Russell's adding puts. All right, CEI, you guys talking about CEI? Yeah, that one's short again. Pulling back. That's very risky, those penny stocks. AEHR, that one has been very active today. AEHR, nice follow through. Digital Turbine, APPS. I have to run down the street for about 10 minutes around 1 o'clock. I'm on the architectural review board here in my community. Got to go examine a property with others from the community. About 1 o'clock, so I'll be gone about 15-20 minutes. I'll leave the mic open. You can listen to Charlie talk over at Benzinga. All right, VIX is spiking up now. VIX is spiking. It's not just the bond market, folks. It's not just the bond markets. Don't forget, you've got a positive gamma state above 4375. The acceleration above 4400 is pretty dramatic. Okay. All right. So, on the 5-minute chart, you're going to get chopped up a bit, but, the above 4375, especially 4400, dealers need to buy futures on the dips to get the delta neutral. They'll sell into the rips. Right now we're pulling back, so we could see some of that pullback too. It's not going to go straight up. VIX has been elevated for weeks. Yeah, don't fall for the shiny objects. Don't fall for the shiny objects while they're getting you to look at something here.
Yeah, well, listen, Joe knows I love him, but I completely disagree that this is a large cap tech rally. And Joe, let me fully flesh this out. I know anytime I challenge you, you want to come right back, but let me just fully flesh this out. Where has the leadership been for 3 weeks? It's been energy, it's been industrials,
Yep,
materials,
yep, yep.
financials, and this rally in those sectors
Farmer
is
Jim is right.
ripping. All right, look at industrials like Northrop Grumman or Raytheon Technology. Look at any energy stock you want, the financials. I mean, they are just roaring. I will grant you what you said is accurate, that, Apple went from 138 to 144, but that's not what's moving the market. I own Apple, I own Google, I own Microsoft. I think they will continue to be at the market performers. But if you want,
let me just interrupt a second. Let me just interrupt you for a second. It's not necessarily that those stocks are moving the market. They are keeping the market from having a correction, however. Right? I mean, if those stocks start to go down, that's where you get your correction. I don't really care if the other ones you named keep going up. But if you have a sizable move lower in 25%,
That's not accurate. That's not accurate. He's full of it.
We saw in the first quarter of this year, we saw the FANG stocks lackluster, right? I mean, we saw Apple, just to use the biggest stock in the world, at 145 after its earnings late in January. Then it went down to 120. The market rallied. Okay, Amazon was stuck in the mud during that time period. So it's just a historical fact that in the first quarter of this year, you saw a very nice rally overall while the FANG stocks did not participate. That's just a fact. So I throw out the notion that those stocks go down and the rest of the market has to go down. I'll put it a different way. The FANG stocks, they are whatever they are, 24%. There's another 76% that isn't the FANG stocks. I mean, that math
John,
just is what it is.
He's assuming, as it is Jim, that the recovery is on track and that the growth isn't going to slow and that all of those companies
All right, FANG stock's pulling back a bit.
do well and that their stocks are going to continue to go up. I mean, basically, that's his argument. Is he going to be right?
Well, time will tell. I'm concerned,
Time
Scott.
always tells. But I want the tell right now.
Stop talking, Wapner. Jesus.
All right. Well, here's one of the tells, Scott. If you're somebody like a Google or like Microsoft, that other than the Surface, Microsoft doesn't really have to deliver a product that comes in a box. They
Right.
instead deliver
Right.
software.
Everything's online subscription.
Same thing with Google.
Microsoft looking good here, folks. Microsoft looks good.
Unless you cut off our access to the internet, Google should do just fine, and obviously they have. Some of the people that deliver boxes and things, one of the issues that Amazon is faced with is they do deliver boxes. And the likes of Apple even, they do have to deliver on the new iPads, the watches, as well as the iPhone 13s and all that, Scott. And that's where those bottlenecks that we see all the time on the West Coast and elsewhere are really wreaking havoc. So, if you said, John, okay, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, as we get into and through parts of earnings seasons, what are we going to see and what headlines should we be watching? I would think it would be, Scott, that the people that actually have to deliver things in boxes, whether it's a little box or a big box, those are the people that are going to be more sanguine and more perhaps even cautious about their guidance going forward. And that's something that could hurt some of those stocks if indeed they say, hey, we just can't get enough of what people want. It's always great to have demand, but if you don't have supply to meet it, that's negative. So I'm with Jim as far as
I like Microsoft here. Microsoft above the 50-day for the third day, came down to the 21-day 90 MA. Buyers stepped up heavy on the gap down. Volume, look at that volume.
$100 per barrel Scott, that will start impacting price. That'll start crimping spending.
So Farmer Jim, I want to go back to something you said because I want to debate it.
MACD
I wanna
cross,
issue somewhat with it, right?
stochastics rising, RSI above
Those stocks
50.
that you
This
mentioned,
looks really good. 921 50-day.
yes, they went up. The market went up, even at the expense of big tech going down. Why was that? Well, that's because there was great feeling about the recovery and that we were on the other side of the worst parts of the virus. Then you had Delta, okay? And then, that crimped the recovery. A lot of those stocks that you mentioned started to not do well. And now we're questioning kind of where we are with rates, with inflation, with the taper,
No,
and
you're
with
questioning.
growth.
You're
Goldman
questioning.
Sachs cuts its growth forecast today, Jan Hatzius did. But you act like none of that matters.
Oh, give me a break.
This is just the way it was before, and this is the way it's going to be now. The market's going to be just fine. These are the stocks that are going to continue to go up, and big tech doesn't necessarily matter to the market.
I love that we're having a debate. I agree with everything that you led up to your conclusion, but I come to a different conclusion, and here is why. The Delta variant is the most important thing, and it has clearly peaked here in the U.S. and globally. That means two things. That means people are coming out again, and you see that. You see that in the uptick in air travel. I will definitely be listening to Delta's earning call, but you also see it in room rates in Las Vegas, which are up significant double digits, not over last year, but over 2019. I'll grant you that raises a question about inflation, but you don't raise room rates that high unless you have demand. So number one, it gets people out again. Number two, it gets people back to work. So all these things that we're talking about, port congestion, semiconductor shortages.
Jim is making Wapner sound foolish.
Capacity, in part and in large part, that is
That
because
people are
have
actually
stayed home
listening.
because of Delta, and Delta is now waning. That means people get back to work. You're actually seeing over the last 2 weeks the number of ships at anchor in the LA Long Beach area is down by about 12%. All right, it's just it's a start. It's a start. A lot of unclogging left to do, but while you and I see the same premises, we come to a different conclusion. For me, the waning of Delta is critically important.
Of course. I couldn't agree with you more. But there's a cause and effect of if you get on the other side of Delta, yes, all of the things that you said mean that the taper moves from pencil to pen and that rates are likely to continue to go up. And you just assume that the market is going to be completely fine with all of that.
It is right now. Look at Northrop Grumman. Look at Marathon Petroleum. Look at General Motors. Look at Cleveland Cliffs. Look at Wynn. I mean, just everything right now is rallying, in my opinion, on the conclusion I raised.
Okay, Joe, jump in and then Bryn, please.
Yeah, so I think the difference here between this first reopening, and I don't believe in multiple reopenings, but the first reopening was about a reflation effect on stocks. The second reopening, if Jimmy wants to identify this as such, this is more about stagflation, Scott. So Jimmy's pointing out all these stocks. Well, how come small caps are still below their March high? How come Airbnb or Disney or Uber or the airlines that are all reopening stocks, how come they're not ripping towards new highs? I think this time around is a little different. I'm going to give you a real example of what I'm talking about, okay? This weekend, I was in an ice rink in New Jersey. They were charging $25 to watch 15 and 16-year-old kids play hockey. They weren't doing it because it was standing room only and there was overwhelming demand. They were doing it to defer cost, input costs, and wage inflation. That's stagflation, and that's the concern right now. And that's where I said it before, the market's going to rally. I'm long financials, Jimmy, but I'm also long the FANGs. And it's about finding companies that are going to have pricing power, because not all boats are going to rise like they did in Q1 when it was about vaccines and reflation.
Bryn.
Yeah, so a couple things here. I think that if you read, Goldman's lowering their
Bang, we're 50-50.
and lowering their growth estimates.
VIX is pushing back up towards 1870 again.
As growth is slowing, and you also have
Chip stocks doing well.
130% in growing, which
Chip
also
stocks doing
is
well.
gonna slow GDP.
AVGO's
So
higher.
long term, you wanna stay
Tesla
in the queues. You wanna stay
headed
with
for
secular growth
810.
companies.
Apple
I do think, though, where Jim
looking
is
for
correct is
a
that
higher high.
you do have these
Microsoft looks good.
value trades.
Nvidia
Really
bounce.
haven't- well,
Netflix
some of them, but
flagging at the
Jim's
highs.
point, like small caps
Google,
haven't reflated to
Cisco,
where
Texas
highs.
Instruments, these
I
all
do
look
think we
good.
have this. You can rent those names right now, and you can do well because I think the market is still trying to figure out how much inflation will we have, how much growth will be at the expense of energy. But long term, I think you still want to be, in those the Qs or the growth stocks because GDP is slowing. But I do think that's as a juxtaposition to you still want to own energy and some of these other material names, which I think have long-term secular growth trends and have done nothing for the last 10 years.
So we come off this crazy. Hold on. We come off this crazy volatile week, right? You go down. It feels like we're having a correction at the beginning part of the week, and then we have this incredible reversal, and we put in the best week for stocks in 6 weeks, and in the Dow's case since June. Jimmy clearly trusts the rally. He trusts the rally. He gives you his points of view to back up the fact that the rally is trustworthy. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli for the answer to the question. Is the
One
rally
answer to the
to be
question,
trusted?
not the answer to the
Jim
question.
gave you the reasons why it should be. I maybe pointed out some of the reasons why you can be skeptical if you want to play devil's advocate to it. You've been looking at it closer than anybody. What's the story?
All right, futures pulling back a bit.
Fully across the board persuasive.
Nice job there, Russell. Puts at the highs of the day.
I doubt anybody would say you can conclusively say that. It relieves some of the pressure. It bounced in an area where I think makes a lot of sense as sentiment really has reset lower. And we talk too much, I think, about a correction as some absolute decline threshold or a moment in time or some binary thing. Are we going to correct or not? The market has been undergoing a correction, right? Huge parts of the market are way down from early June. Those cyclical parts of the market. You have the NASDAQ 100, 5 to 6% down. We went down 8%. The majority of stocks have been down well more than 10% over the course of this move. The S&P 500 wiped away 3 months worth of gains.
Enphase Energy up 6.5%. Freeport, Halliburton, Wind Resorts, Las Vegas Sands.
To undo some of the overshoots, maybe some stuff that got ahead of itself, and I think to essentially bring the market back into some kind of a balance with the fundamentals, and that's kind of what's been going on here.
Halliburton, big move on Halliburton.
That the jury is still out in terms of whether, in fact, last week was the low and it's up and away from here. Is the
Boeing.
stuff is still very noisy. We didn't see any kind of big climactic flush to the downside. So in the technical count, it doesn't necessarily all line up. You've also seen the market operating very differently. The dip buying instinct has not been as strong. The market has been allowed to kind of wallow below some key levels, whereas earlier in the year people just snapped them right up. But that to me is just a different rhythm to this part of the rally. Obviously,
Union Pacific, CSX. There's your rails, Norfolk Southern, General Dynamics, FedEx. A lot of the transport's looking better. Waste Management, Lockheed Martin. Lockheed was trailing the other group, the other stocks in the group. Lockheed finally breaking out.
Well, just as they're bringing down their numbers, Costin, their chief equity strategist, is not bringing down his numbers. He still has 4,700 on the S&P. He's not backing down, and he says the dip is going to prove to be a good buying opportunity. And Mike, I'm sure you can understand where Jim Leventhal is coming from, and he makes a lot of credible sense. You get past Delta, and you have that boom that people thought was going to happen before Delta reared its ugly head and caused a change of behavior from not only the personal and consumer side, but the corporate side as well. Okay, so you get a taper. Big deal. There's still a ton of liquidity out there. That's not going to change anytime soon. Okay, so rates go up modestly. Big deal. And inflation's going to be temporary. He told you that there are incremental positives that are taking place on that front too, despite a move over 81 bucks in oil. Am I making sense? Because I'm trying to channel what Jim Leventhal would say.
No, I think that's exactly right. I mean, I think the taper is, almost everybody wants it in train and wants it to occur. The question is, and we won't know this for a while, is whether a stubborn inflation trend forces
forces the Fed to bring tightening closer than they prefer and make it basically, to segue directly into that point, and to do it at a time before they think the economy is fully at full employment. I mean, that's always the case, right? That's always the case when you transition into this decelerating mid-cycle phase, is worrying if the Fed is going to have its hand forced and to essentially make some kind of an error or something that does undercut the pace of things. Look, I mean, we talk about oil. We were above $80 oil for the entirety of 2010 to 2014. It was a much more fragile recovery back then. It doesn't mean it's all welcome. It doesn't mean it's all to the good, but it's probably digestible for the economy at this size and consumer.
Facebook's hanging out around 329.92. Facebook.
Present your position accurately, Jim. And would you like to get in on the conversation? Because I think that's the crux of the argument here.
Yeah, no, I think you nailed it, and I don't want to sound like I don't see the other side. And to Joe and Bryn's point, and I think frankly yours, Scott, as well. Okay, this is different than a year ago. A year ago, we didn't have any vaccines, and we went from 0 to 3 overnight. That was huge. I understand we're not getting that again, but one thing I didn't point out is let's think about the debate we've had in the last 20 minutes. There's a little bit of hate. I mean, I'm just going to call it what it is. There's a little bit of hate for what I said of reopening 2.0. And frankly, I love coming to that realization. If this is a hated rally, we all know that means it has legs. And Mike, I'd love to hear your
That's a good
thoughts on
point.
that.
That's a good point.
What I'm saying is this rally in energy stocks, in industrial stocks, in financials, if everybody hates it, or at least a lot of people hate it, that means they're going to have to play catch up.
Well, yes. First of all, I would say it's reopening 3.0 at least, because you did get one last fall. At least people anticipating it, and then of course back in the winter into the spring this year. And frankly, it's sort of in train again right now. On the hating the rally side, I think that there's a decent likelihood of that. As I mentioned, sentiment is definitely soured to a degree that seems a little bit excessive relative to the absolute losses we've had in the market. But we understand why, just because of the big picture issues. Also, when the average stock has been down a lot more than the indexes, and people have been frustrated on with a lot of the whipsaw rotations, I get why there's a little bit of wear and tear on the.
All right, VIX at the highs. VIX looking for that to trail off into the evening session. ABCD patterns, not unusual this time of day. We look for those ABCD patterns.
With Jim Lebenthal right now, because it's having a nice move and it plays into the conversation we're having right now. Energy, financials.
All right, we're back down to support. Back down to support.
They've also been the leadership group for the last month. Cleveland Cliffs, Jimmy.
Higher low.
Deal today. The stock's getting a nice move of 5.5%. You said you actually spoke to the CEO, and you've been defending this stock as it has had some turbulence over the last 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, it has had turbulence. There's no question about it. I do think, however, the long-term trend is intact. And, first off, I mean, I have to say this. A lot of people consider this an iron ore company. It is not. It's an integrated steel manufacturer, which means the iron ore it produces goes into the manufacture of steel that it then sells at now very inflated prices. Why is this important? Is because this deal today secures a new source of raw material, namely scrap metal, for them. This is very important because this is where the steel industry is going, is taking scrap metal and using electric arc furnaces to turn it into steel. So they've just secured their
MRUS looks good.
We know that steel is at a high price, and yes, it will come down, folks. It will come down at some point. But right now, these guys are making money hand over fist as their raw materials are in their control, low, and their finished goods products are very high priced. So we're going to get earnings report in a couple of weeks. I will be very interested to see their free cash flow. They're in the process of delevering their balance sheet. This deal may push that out a little bit, but it's a very important strategic deal for them.
Yeah, well, the market obviously likes it. Better than 6% move in shares of Cleveland Cliffs right now. Let's talk about another move that was made today by a committee member. Then we're going to take a break. Roblox. You sold it, Joe.
I did. Back in July, I bought it up at $79.50, got stopped out. I gave myself my usual 3-month time period, out at $7.90, took the funds, put it into the RSX, Scott. That's the Russia ETF that gives me exposure.
Yeah, I like the Russia ETF. I mentioned that over the weekend. Russia ETF is doing well. Continues to push higher.
Relating to supply, I want exposure to both Gazprom and Lukoil in that scenario.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good one.
Is going to tell us what unusual activity he has coming up.
Yeah,
Plus,
China too.
biggest analyst calls of the day today. We're back in just 2 minutes.
The China also bounced last week off of these lows back up to the highs, most likely 42, 43 maybe. I just, it's just my personal preference. I don't follow or do a lot of trading in the Chinese stocks ever since the Chinese regulators came out and started forcing companies to list in China to the demise of the American public, the U.S. public, or whoever was investing in these Chinese listed stocks. I didn't like that, so I just choose not to trade it. I know I'm missing some things here, but that's okay. There's 6,200, 6,300 other stocks I can trade. And of those 6,300, a good 100 are stocks that I trade a lot or swing a lot. Okay, the MarketSmith Growth 250 is what I'm referring to. Let me see what they look like. What's the strongest today? MarketSmith Growth 250. Let's see who's price percent change. Tech Resources. Tech Resources is a name that I've seen popping up on the relative volume scans as well. Tech Resources last week, a lot of volume scans showing up over the last 3 weeks, popping higher. Tech Resources, that's a top rated stock. Technoglass, this one I wrote a blog post about last week. Technoglass, looking for this to break out of this base. Those stocks listed in the blog, if you're so interested, just go to the blog up here, theclosingprint.com, go to the blog, and you can see the stocks I was looking at. Was this it? Blue Dot, MarketSmith? I think it was this one. Let me see. No, it wasn't that one.
Welcome back. I have a couple of bullish calls on Starbucks today. Upgraded to buy at Deutsche and resumed buy at Bank of America. I've got a lot of ownership. Joe, you own it.
I think it was this one.
Joe, go first.
Technoglass. Yeah, there it is right there. TGLS, it was 23.52 at the time. Technoglass, 23.52. All right, so that was that blog post.
I know you can hear me. I can hear you, Scott. I know you can hear me, Joe. I can hear you. I don't know if Farmer Jim can hear me. That's the question.
All right. So make sure you check out the blogs that I send out. I mean, those are a lot of times are a lot of good stocks to trade there. Technoglass. It's up $1.50 from where I looked at it. TGLS, Technoglass. Looking for a follow through. That was last week when it was sitting on the 21-day, showing relative strength. PDC Energy, another one. PDCE. All right, that's up 4% today. That was last week on Wednesday. That was trading 45 then. Now it's almost 51. SM Energy. SM Energy. All of these follow through. Mosaic, MOS, looking for Mosaic to follow through. Phosphate fertilizers. I know that Anton was talking about ag stocks last week, the week before. Louisiana Pacific is pretty active today. All right, so those stocks look good. SoFi. SoFi is trading 4 times normal volume today. SoFi continuation. SoFi trading 4 times Arval.
Morgan Stanley, the target's 25. They call it the fastest growth story in consumer finance. Joe, you own it. John, you have calls. John, you go first.
Popping to the highs, $18.11, getting mentioned.
Yeah, I'm a believer in SoFi. I know our friend Kathy Wood is also a believer in this name. And Scott, when you do look at those other names in finance, this one is going to be moving as fast or faster than any of the fast growth ones. And those fast growth names are not JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Bank America.
SoFi up 11.44%.
Cutting edge. And if you want to, we could even put Robinhood and so forth, but they've got some regulatory hair on them that these guys do not have. So I like SoFi a lot. I don't know if it gets to 25 by the end of next year, which is more or less my target. I think it's a little soon to think that it's going to make this surge over 20 and just blow through to 25. I think it takes it.
Notice the volume by price bands over here on the left. There's very little supply at this point. Okay.
100%. I mentioned previously when I initiated the position was about waiting for positive momentum. You have that. The stock will now break out towards $20. There's been a lot of strong activity in the debt market where debt investors have been able to take advantage of a lot of the student loan offerings. This is a company that ultimately will get that bank charter, we suspect. Recently, they hired a president for SoFi Bank, which kind of gives a little bit of corporate confidence that it's moving in that direction. So the fundamentals are strong. The technicals are now matching it. This is a stock that goes deep into the 20s. I stay with the position.
SoFi looks good.
Let's get the headlines now with Rahel Solomon. Hey, Rahel.
Hi, Scott, and here's our CNBC News update at this hour in Southern California.
Nice volume. Look at the volume today on SoFi.
Being shut for more than a week following an oil spill. Huntington Beach's city and state beaches are open now that officials found no detectable levels of oil-related toxins in the water. The reopening has happened far sooner than expected. A Capitol Police officer sending a whistleblower letter to congressional leaders. The letter slams two Capitol Police chiefs for mishandling intelligence surrounding the January 6th riot. And the Boston Marathon taking place successfully today for the first time.
You ever watch the video?
Large crowd showed up for
This is not a political statement, but if you ever watched the video, it looks like people meandering around a museum.
Two Kenyans took top honors.
Media is too much.
Won the men's race, and Diana Kipchoge led the women for much of the marathon. And also on the news, COVID vaccine pushback in the NBA. The Brooklyn Nets star point guard Kyrie Irving may not play home games. Other players did get their shots. How he got to this point, that's all coming up tonight at 7 Eastern. Scott, I'll send it back to you.
All right, we'll look forward to that, Rahel. Thank you, Rahel Solomon. Up next, the big ETFs you need to watch today. As we go to break, take a check on the S&P sectors, led, as we said, by materials and energy. Financials midway of the pack today, and they do kick off earnings this week. Dow's holding on to a gain of 75. We're back right after this.
All right, just let's see. NIMO is backed off a little bit, was plus 31. Now it's plus 24. All right. All right, SoFi continues to ramp higher. SoFi continues to ramp higher. All right, SPY in the Qs. A little dip there. 50% Fibonacci. SoFi continuation. All right, all these look good. Elvis, Win, Mosaic, Schlumberger, Nucor Steel, Amerisource Bergen, Enphase, the Dow Industrials, Home Depot leading with Boeing and Salesforce, Walgreens Boots Alliance up 1%. Those look good. Looking good. Let's look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, CENX, Century Aluminum.
And welcome to the ETF Edge portion of Halftime Report. I'm Bob Pisani. It's getting down to decision time on a Bitcoin ETF, finally. Let's talk to a couple of people who have applications in front of the SEC. Jan Van Eck, the CEO of Van Eck, joined by Todd Rosenbluth, Director of ETF and Mutual Fund Research at CFRA. Todd, we don't have a Bitcoin ETF, at least not yet, but we are getting a raft of Bitcoin-related ETFs built around the crypto space, companies that are investing in. We did see Invesco file last week for two ETFs that own crypto-related companies and even Bitcoin indirectly. How is the ETF industry sort of responding to the dearth of a Bitcoin ETF? They seem to be trying to get their arms around it in an indirect way.
That's right. An indirect way has been the way the SEC has approved these products. So we've seen, as you mentioned, Invesco launched two products last week, SATO being one of them. We've got Global X with a blockchain-related ETF. We've got Bitwise within the ETF that owns these equities like Coinbase, like MicroStrategy, and of course Amplify has the largest of these products, BLOK. Block is the ticker on this. They're all giving exposure to the companies that are exposed to Bitcoin and the miners and other related blockchain companies, but they can't own that much of Bitcoin directly.
Yeah, so Todd, there's more than a dozen applicants for a Bitcoin ETF. SEC Chair Gary Gensler has signaled his support for a Bitcoin futures ETF, but he seems cold to a pure Bitcoin ETF without some clear regulatory control over the.
All right, VIX still trying to hang in there. SoFi continuation.
How is this going to play out? Handicap this for us. Are we going to see a Bitcoin ETF? Are we going to see Bitcoin futures? They're hitting a deadline this month with some of these Bitcoin futures ETFs. They're going to have to give a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Right, or they could actually delay it and punt this further down the road. So we think we're more likely to see a Bitcoin futures ETF first. That's what Gensler seems more comfortable, and the SEC is welcome those applications.
NASDAQ, you can see SoFi here as well. CENX, ANY, ANY. Nice long setup.
Launch at the same time instead of getting a first mover advantage. That's something we're watching.
Yeah, so Jan Van Eck, let me turn to you. You've got an application for a Bitcoin ETF and a Bitcoin futures ETF in front of the SEC right now. Can you handicap this for us? It seems like they're going to have to rule on a Bitcoin futures ETF. You've got one in front of you. Are you expecting something before the end of the month?
Todd's right. They actually can delay the futures, but there is one hard deadline, which is for our Bitcoin physical 19B4 filing, and the date on that is November 14th. So
Wow, nice move on SoFi. SoFi, nice move. SOFI. Look at the 5 minute. 5 minutes following through. Moving away from VWAP. Look at the relative volume. Look at the relative volume compared to Friday. Same time of day, 12:30 versus 12:30. This is when you see a stock is in play. We talk about stocks being in play. This is a good example. You got price action moving away from VWAP during the opening range breakout. If you look at the videos I shared with you when you join as a member, the opening range breakout is one that I like a lot, as well as coupling that with VWAP, relative volume, and the ABCD pattern. Once you see this VWAP tilting higher and price moves away and volume keeps pulling in, keeps finding buyers here, and the relative volume is 2, 3, 4 times normal, the stock is said to be in play. If you catch it early enough, you can see these just develop into really nice parabolic patterns intraday. Nice. MACD cross following through. Starting to see a little bit of profit taking at the highs.
Shares of Oxygen spiking to the high, $7.65. That's Oscar Charlie Golf, November OCGN.
ETF launches this year, a record. We'll bring you up to date on a new raft of ESG-related products that have just come out. They keep coming. ETFedge.cnbc.com, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Halftime back right after this.
All right. VIX, still hanging out at the highs. VIX. SoFi, watching SPY. Spider ETF. Pulling back below VWAP. VWAP is flat, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it move back up towards this range. Higher lows. DraftKings, you looking at DraftKings, Joel? DKNJ. I hadn't looked at that in a couple of months. DraftKings. Yeah, it looks good. Just know that you're trading mean reversion. We're in a markdown phase where price is below the 921 and 50 day. Once it gets back above the 921 and 50 day, like it did over here, once it gets above and starts to trend, that's your best bet right there for the longs. It does have a series of higher lows, 1, 2, 3. So once you see, and you're going into the middle of the football season, baseball, October. You got hockey. You got soccer, football. I saw Ali was watching the soccer games this weekend. I know Anton's into that. I'll watch when I can. Got 2 young children. It's very hard.
The November 25 call sweep now, about 1,400 contracts. Papa Lima Tango Romeo PLTR.
All right, SPY is just sitting here, 438. VIX is at a double top on the 1-minute chart.
If you signed up for the CNBC Investing Club with Jim Cramer, you would have been notified that Cramer's Charitable Trust bought more shares of Wynn Resorts. They're adding to the position because they think the broad rally in Chinese tech stocks like Alibaba is positive to the overall sentiment around Wynn. There's the move today. It's up nearly 5%. That's the crux of the argument. Here's what he says. We'll be buying 75 shares of Wynn Resorts at roughly $88.18. So, Jimmy, you see where it's trading now, a couple bucks north of that. It's going to represent a
WYNN, Wynn Resorts, shares getting up onto the high. CNBC mentioned.
Boeing with a Ichimoku breakout. All right, so we're pulling back. Russell doing well on his puts, I imagine. VIX still pushing higher. All right, S&P 500. This could turn into a shooting star, so watch that like it did here on Thursday. Got all the way up to 44.29, almost 44.30. Pull back below the 21 day. We're dealing with the 90 May 21 day trying to cross over. So we need to see this bullish day continue. Otherwise, the 50 day is still resistance. We do have the Dow Industrials and the NYSE testing the 50 day as well. Those were above the 50 day earlier. Okay, now they're black below IWM. Right back to 50 day. We're trying to get IWM higher. You got junk bonds pulling back a bit. Junk bonds still pulling back. So this is a risk off signal. All right, seeing a little bit of short covering on the FANG stocks, a little short covering right here. All right. Novavax bouncing around. Novavax ABCD pattern, NVAX, Novavax. Looks like Novavax is about to break out. Novavax, NVAX. We're looking for that to bounce. I need to take a walk down the street, folks. I will be out a few minutes. I have to go take care of something.
Shares of BE Holdings getting up to the near the highs now, 2101. That's Bravo Echo Kilo Echo.
All right, let me keep the SPY up here, or the S&P. Let me keep an eye on the S&P 500. We're pushing a bit lower right now. S&P 500 pushing a bit lower. All right, so we got the 240E right below. Keep an eye on that. We got to stay above 43.74. Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
SLB, Schlumberger, October 36 calls active. Sandy Lima Bravo. SLB. Getting mentioned by John Nigerian on CNBC. That's SLB.
A reminder, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. I need to run down the street to examine a house that's going under renovation. I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
Minus 800.
All right, you might want to try puts on the way. Okay, headed back down to support.
HG Humanigen's budget impact model demonstrates lenzalimab's potential positive economic value in hospitalized COVID-19 patients. That's Hotel Golf Echo November, HGEN. TWNK hosts this Nigerian final trade is TWNK, Tango Whiskey November Kilo.
It's 1 o'clock.
Shares of Hostess brand spiking to the highs, $18.90. Also Microsoft, MSFT, and NOC Northrop Grumman, November Oscar Charlie, NOC.
Low tick alert -800.
BREG, Bragg Gaming Group CEO, Richard Carter, to appear on Benzinga's Money mid-show at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time. That's Bravo Romeo Alpha Golf, BREG. HMC, Honda Motor, says for the week of October 11th will curtail some North American assembly plant production due to impact from COVID-19, port congestion, and chip shortage. That's Hotel Michael Charlie HMC. WFC Wells Fargo is seeing some call activity in Whiskey Foxtrot Charlie, WFC. China's Xi Jinping targeting Chinese financial institution ties with private firms, that according to Dow Jones. China's leaders launching most extensive financial scrutiny since taking power. China's state banks ties with Evergrande and Didi and Ant are being scrutinized. Those headlines from Dow Jones. That's Delta India, and Bravo Alpha, Bravo Alpha. Shares of Didi Global ticking lower, $8.54, Delta India. Shares of Alibaba also ticking lower now, 164.50, Bravo Alpha, BABA. LEVI, Levi Strauss, the November 24 put sweep at the bid 4,000 contracts, Lima Echo Victor India. LEVI.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Okay, I'm back. Looks like we're going to drift a bit lower. VIX is back up to the highs again. 43.75 we need to stay above. So that's the line in the sand, 43.75. Pulling back to 43.75. S&P, VIX popping back up to the highs. All right, VIX at the highs, 1941. All right, we're oversold again on RSI. So you can see these ranges. This range was higher between the high and the low in RSI. this high and this low, following through. All right, so this low this morning, we're oversold again, looking for a bounce above 43.75. We're pulling back to that level.
Minus 800.
All right, we're coming right down to 43.75. Looks like they're testing for support. RSI is oversold.
Low tick alert minus
More low ticks, 43.75 up next. Now Russell took puts at the highs of the day. That was a place to take them, not down here. Russell took puts earlier this morning. I don't know if you were paying attention, but he's doing quite well there on those puts. Fang stock's pulling back. Fuel cell drifting lower from the highs. Maritime shippers, a little bit stronger today. Maritime shippers. Tesla trying to bounce here. ABCD pattern playing out. Waiting for the 2 o'clock hour, see what they plan on doing. Good indication for the rest of the week. We're oversold on S&P. Looked a lot better this morning. Rejected. RSI below 50. Now we got a shooting star back to the 9 EMA. Looks like we're going to retest this low if this keeps up. So the 50-day became resistance, looking for a breakdown if this continues lower. 43.75 is a line in the sand. $43.75. Need to stay above $43.75. S&P 500 index. FANG stocks pulling back. All right, VIX is starting to roll over, so we're looking for buyers here near 43.75. If we lose 43.75, we could see a quick move to the downside, 4,300. Imagine a lot of people are not looking for that unless you're Russell. Keep in mind 43.75 is a major level. Microsoft was and still is above the 50-day. Looking for buyers to step up right here near 43.75 and for VIX to roll over. Looking for VIX to roll over. If you guys are thinking about longs, this is where I'd be watching. Major support, 43.75. If we get a bounce here, we'll see shorts cover. VIX will continue to move lower. I'd probably look at Wednesday or Friday options, not today's, though today would be cheaper or less expensive. All right. So 43.75 is a major support level. Either we bounce here or we lose it. Look for bounce back to VWAP if this is support. You below the 240E on the 60-minute, that dashed line there, the gold dashed line. We want price action to be above the 20 EMA for longs and below for shorts. So if you're trading puts like Russell is, we're bearish below the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. This could be a little descending channel, in which case we could see a little overshoot of 43.75, maybe get everybody short and then reverse it. Or we just continue to move lower and retest the lows that we put in last week. We have to wait and see, basically. If the buyers come in, I would expect them to start doing it soon, between now and 2:30, 2:40, so that's an hour. Over the next hour, I would expect to see buyers come in if they plan on doing it. Otherwise, if we don't get any buyers, we're not going to be able to get back above the 20 EMA. The dashed line is the 20 EMA on the daily chart for reference. This is the 20 EMA on the 60-minute, and we're below both. MACD is fading, and stochastics is pulling back. The 5-minute stochastic, 5-minute RSI is oversold, so we could see a short-term bounce. If we do it at 43.75, that'd be where I would expect it. And we're seeing that now. We're starting to see that bounce. I'm not surprised, but I am surprised that it was so easy to unwind this gain from this morning. I thought this would hold up a lot better above a flat VWAP, but now we'll see the VWAP is rolling over a bit. Still a chance by the end of the day, over the next couple of hours, that we pull back the VWAP and get back above to the top of the range. We got OPEX this Friday for the month of October. Going into November. So we've had some pullbacks in October, so this is not the most friendly month, neither is September. But the longer term indicators are mostly bullish or neutral. We only have 3 bearish indicators this week to start. So with VIX being the way it is, very choppy. That's one of the other bearish indicators, the way VIX is acting over the last 9 trading days. VIX dealing with the 50-day moving average. Back above it, bounced, closed right near it on Friday. After 7 days above the 21-day, VIX dropped down, tested the 50-day, bouncing again. So we're oscillating right in this zone near the 200-day, that dotted line. So if bulls are going to do anything, VIX needs to drop off. If the bears are going to do something, VIX needs to pop. Really need to stay above 43.75. It's pretty cut and dry. VIX lower, stay above 43.75, and we might have a shot at retesting the 50-day. What it looks like right now is the S&P daily with this pullback has formed a shooting star back to the 21-day. Just like over here, on that Thursday, Friday, we came up above the 50-day on the initial bounce, and we stalled right at the 21-day on that Monday, and then Tuesday we gapped down. Today we're starting off with a bearish look to the candle if it doesn't change. Even a doji here would not make me feel totally comfortable. I'd probably buy some hedges. Unless we close really strong and they come in and start buying. Some of you cluing into the fact that the bond market is closed today. Gamma, we were in positive gamma state. Right now we're below 4,400, so that's negative gamma. Below 43.75, it only exacerbates the bull's condition. The bears win if we drop below the 20 EMA and VIX continues to pop. Right now VIX is continuing its drift lower. So it all depends on what the institutions want to do after 2 o'clock or so. Waiting for the 2 o'clock hour. All right, AVNT. All right, VIX looks like it wants to bounce a little bit. All right, watching SPY here, S&P 500. Doesn't look that great right here, folks. Doesn't look that great. Looks like bear flag right now. We need to stay above 43.75. We lose 43.75, we're going to go back down to 4,300 pretty quick. I don't think a lot of people are expecting that. Okay, a move below 43.75 would not be good for the indices. There's a possibility we could fill this gap over here on Thursday, the gap up into Friday's action. That still hasn't been filled. Maybe that's what they're heading for right now. VIX is still moving higher, so this is looking more bearish. All right, VIX is trying to hold on here. I don't like bear flags. I was hoping that we could just get buyers and come in and just pile in. Not the case. VIX is still moving higher. The lower part down here. That's VIX down here. All right, we're going to test 43.75. All right, looks like we're going to take out the low here. All right, we're taking out the low. All right, 43.75. They're testing. Again. We still have a pretty decent size negative gamma. That said, we do have about 1.4 million S&P 500 puts, 2 million spider puts, and 1.3 million contracts, Qs puts, set to expire on Friday. At some point, these puts are going to provide some bounce fuel as puts decaying. Expiring will mean that dealers' short hedges unwind. All right, so we'll have to wait towards the end of the week for that as we go into OPEX. All right, so it looks like they took out the stops for now. Looks like they took out stops for now. All right, VIX coming back down again. Depends on VIX and this 43.75 support zone. Pretty cut and dry. Futures, two ugly 60-minute candles. Look much better to start the day, obviously. Trying to bounce. 30-minute chart showing a doji right now at the lows on both the NASDAQ and the S&P futures. VIX really needs to drop hard. It's Monday. So a lot of times we'll come into a week like this one with caution, as I noted in the weekend video, and the watch list talked about caution for this week. We have an OPEX on Friday. So with caution, generally we'll wait until Monday. We get an idea of what they're going to do the rest of the week. That gives us a sense of what sectors are working. If we're thinking about short-term trades, then we can look at these sectors. Right now, we've gone from 90% green to about 55% red. 55% red, 45% green. Metals and mining still the leader, but it was up 4%. It's now cut that in half. It's up 2%. $43.75. Got to hold this level. It's pretty steep too on either side. So rate of change on the y-axis is sharply descending from 43.75 down to 4,300. That indicates the market would have a lot of speed on a move down as there's little support. Stocks are still holding up fairly well, so market's still in a descending pattern on the daily. Descending pattern. 4,300. I imagine a move lower would get a lot of conviction on the bearish side. A doji here would be probably not that well received like it was back here Monday 2 weeks ago. And we gapped down on Tuesday. Nine and 21 day. We're giving a signal of maybe crossing up this week. That's out the window right now unless we see a strong close after 2 o'clock. We got 6 minutes to go for the 2 o'clock hour. Look for institutions to come in after 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 2:15, between 2:15 and 2:45. Look for their direction. ABCD patterns is what I'm thinking. It's a little disturbing that we've pulled back as much as we, as much as we have on the daily or the intraday chart so far. All right, so we got today's low. I'll just take 43.75 up to the high. Okay, 43.50 would be a 618 Fibonacci. Let's see, let's go over here, see what this looks like. A lower high, major support 43.75, 1618 brings us down to 43.39. There is a possibility they're looking to fill this gap. All depends on VIX. It's the first time this year that we've spent so much time above the 50-day compared to bounces in the past. Each of these bounces we fell pretty quickly, bounced again, and then fell off back down to 15, 16. Same here, same here, same here. This time we hit the highs, came back down, bounced and stayed there for 7 trading days. That was kind of unusual. They've punted the debt ceiling down into December. Kicked the can down the road. I guess the market's still concerned about that. So right now we're just waiting for institutions to tell us what they plan on doing for the next 2 hours of the trading day. After 2 o'clock, we look for direction, and we're quickly coming to that point right now. If you're on edge about the markets maybe pulling back short term, I would look for a bounce in S&P. Maybe we'll get a bounce back to VWAP. We got an oversold condition. This usually leads to a nice bounce. Not immediately. In this case, you can see that we continue to drift lower. On Thursday, we continue to drift lower into Friday. All right, we drifted lower Thursday into Friday, and then into today, we got the nice bounce. So any bounce back to the 240E or VWAP that gets rejected, that's an area where I'd be looking to take puts. Best case was this morning where Russell took puts up there near the highs. See what the Qs look like. Tesla looking pretty decent. It's holding up fairly well at 794.50. Facebook still in that markdown period, still below the 921 and 50 day. They're all descending. That's a bearish setup. Bullish on a mean reversion if you're scalping, but need to see all of these FANG stocks moving higher. Not the case at the moment. And we're just sitting here watching VIX, putting us to sleep. Today we've got about 18 blocks total. The largest blocks are really minuscule. 262,000 shares, 251,000 shares. Those are at 437.75. 437.75. That's just overhead. Not very many blocks, not much participation. All right, so it's 1-to-1 up-down volume.
It's 2 o'clock. Calls active. WISH, Whiskey India, Sandy Hotel.
There's no edge in the markets right now. If you got puts, there's nobody buying, so you can see this back off a bit. All right, looks like bear flags. VIX still pushing higher, so yep, that's what we've got so far. Looks like a little nibbling on some of these stocks like Netflix and Nvidia at the lows, but not much. Tesla trying to push back above VWAP. All right, you can see this quick acceleration to the downside. Now we're starting to chop around here above an suspicious area, 43.75. That's a major area there. If we can't puncture this and fall off dramatically, and if VIX can't spike dramatically, then we're probably going to hold this 43.75 zone. And look for a bounce into Wednesday, maybe. So you got people like Russell that's been short. He's had puts since the highs here. So people like Russell will start to take profits if we show indication of a bounce. That's what I'm anticipating right now. Looking for VIX to drop off. A lot of the shorts and people trading puts in size, looking for them to cover. If we get any kind of follow through, and then more will cover, and then more will see it, and more, and you can get that vicious cycle. However, if we don't manage to bounce back up to VWAP or the 240E, then there's a possibility this could be just a bear flag and roll over, in which case we'd see VIX moving higher, or we could just grind lower. So basically, with no one participating, we could just grind a bit lower. I'm not seeing a lot of buyers yet. It's after 2 o'clock now.
DEPC, Bravo Echo Papa Charlie, Brookfield Renewable,
What are you doing, Spy?
and it's a pick from Banyan Hill. That's DEPC.
S&P's down a third of a percent, 0.30%, down 12.5 handles, 12 3/4 handles. It's not that bad, but very choppy action from highs to lows, from lows to highs this morning, and back down. 10-year yields at 1.61. Was it trading Friday? 1.5? 1.52% on the 10-year yield. Netflix for the last 45 minutes have been basing down here north of 631, 632. Netflix. The FANG stocks and NVIDIA starting to see a little bit more action there as well, starting to push a bit higher. Facebook is moving off the lows, so is Google. There's a little bid in Google right here. VIX looks like it wants to drop off. All right, looks like we're trying to turn. VIX is starting to turn. VIX getting a little weaker.
AVRG, hearing it's a new Oxford Club pick. Echo Victor Romeo Golf.
I like the Wednesday. The Wednesday 437 or 438 call.
Evergy off the lows at 61.43. Echo Victor Romeo Golf, EVRG.
All right, there goes the FANG stocks. FANG is picking up. Shorts are starting to cover. All right, so if you got money, to play, maybe a small position in calls, starting to bounce here. VIX is trailing off. Watch VIX. All right, so 43.75 was a major level. All right, shorts will cover. Shorts will cover. Russell will take his profits. Had a nice gain there. Nice work on the puts, Russell. Nice work. Yeah, I like Intel too. Um, I like ABGO better and AMD, but AMD held up very well. AMD held up very well. Broadcom, ABGO, held up very well, sitting on top of the 21-day. Sold a little bit from the high of the day, but that's okay. It's with ATR anyway. You've got Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments held up above the 21-day. NVIDIA below. All right, but looking better, higher low. Microsoft also looks good. All right, so we're not out of the woods yet, folks. Not out of the woods yet. So watch for VIX. VIX needs to drop pretty dramatically. And we got a B-shaped profile on the futures. We're bouncing off the lower part of the B. We were up at the top part of the B this morning. Same with futures for the NASDAQ, NQ. B-shaped profile moving back to the top of the range, maybe. All right, we got more buyers coming in. Shorts start to cover. All right, SoFi, nice little follow through on SoFi. Here's SoFi. Superfly, SoFi. All right, so we got a higher low on SoFi, looking for a higher high above 1850, 1855. All the FANG stocks are turning. All right, looks good. VIX dropping off some more. Hallelujah. Google looks really good. Google, nice bounce in Google. Facebook, NVIDIA, and Google look good. Yeah, Lockheed Martin, lock it, lock and load. All right. NVIDIA, Texas Instruments, AVGO, AMD, Intel. All right, so a nice bounce. All right, so this oversold condition again, leading to a bounce at oversold. All right, so we're following through. Nice bounce. All right, volume is coming in as well. Volume. Need to get back above 4,400. So last week on Friday, we couldn't get back above the 4,400 level. We just dropped below it and closed right at 43.90.96. That dashed line right there. All right, so more follow through. All right. All right, so we got a nice follow through so far. Nice follow through. Where is Axel? Axel. All right, nice bounce. We're back up to the moving averages. Back up to the 20 EMA. We got the 240 overhead and VWAP descending overhead. All right, so if you don't already have puts, I'd be looking for puts on a bounce that fails. Right now we're bouncing, we're okay. Future's not giving us much direction, except bearish. 43.77, that was a level on futures, got rejected there. There's a lot of liquidity overhead. Got a lot of buyers at 43.73 and higher on the futures. All right, so rejected at the 20 EMA, 5-minute chart. The FANG stocks, not a huge reversal. All right, VIX is shooting back up. All right, so they're not going to make this easy. Not going to make this easy. Got a bear flag now. All right, so if you ever think about puts, if we start to drop off, you got a better entry here. Just 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago, this looks more like a bullish follow-through as we bounced off of 43.75, but VIX is still hanging in there, so it's all about VIX. It's all about the VIX. All right, VIX, rollover, Red Rover. I got to put you guys on mute for a second. All right, so we got a low tick here. VIX is spiking back up. All right. Tesla holding up very well, back above VWAP, looking good. Tesla.
SQ Square, the tweet now, Cash App
Low
Studios
ticker
was launched
minus
today.
800.
All right.
Peer-to-peer payment service owned by Square that came in Quebec. FUBO, Fubo TV, weekly $26 calls now, and Foxtrot Uniform Bravo Oscar, FUBO.
VIX, very choppy range as well. It's trying to push back to the top of the range. SPY back to 43.70. S&P back to 43.75. A lot of supply overhead. People trying to sell, looks like. A lot of supply overhead. Okay. We know there's a lot of gamma at this level. So a move below 43.75 would lead to a quick move down to 4,300 most likely. I know some of you are looking for that. The FANG stocks are trying to catch a bid, higher highs, higher lows. Looking for VIX to drop off here. Novavax has been moving sideways. It's been up as much as 6 or 7 points from the highs of the day, 171 or so. Trading 167.60 off about 3.5, 4 points from the high. Novavax. A lot of stocks just chopping around. Currently below VWAP, looking for a pushback above VWAP. The FANG stocks looking for a bounce. We're starting to print a higher low. We're looking for that bounce that follows through and VIX to drop off.
Crude futures settle at $80.52, up $1.17, about 1.5%. ATGX, Jeffries reiterating their buy rating and price target to $60. Papa Tango Golf X-Ray, ATGX. Shares at $37 now. Shares up 102% on Papa Tango Golf X-Ray.
All right, VIX still pushing higher. Looks like we're going to test this low again. Looks like the puts are going to work. If we can't pull this off, we can't hold up above this level. So this is the line in sand, 43.75. 43.75 is the line in the sand that we need to hold. If you're bullish, you got this gap over here down to this closing level near 43.60. That's a possibility as well. Netflix faded back down to the evening lows here. Nvidia's trying to hold on to Nvidia's trying to hold on to VWAP, and Google continues to slide a bit too. So VIX is just very persistent, back above the 50-day moving average. So now Bloomberg is calling it an energy crisis. Should see more demand for solar. People trying to, I just called my solar representative. His mailbox is full, so I had to send him a text to get in touch with him. They are busy. Everyone down here is busy, construction-wise, no matter what you're doing. $43.75, watching support. 230 to 245 is the window that we like to see a direction. Right now, we don't have much of a direction. There's a slight fade, obviously. We're at the lows of the day. 43.75. Either it's going to hold or it's not going to hold. So I'm not doing anything until we see what the indices want to do. I think that will be a little foolhardy. You want to see if we can hold this level. These dips, look for these dips to get bought. Tesla's plus 10. Trying to get something going here. Tesla. Let's watch Tesla for a few minutes. Let's see what Tesla's going to do. Tesla. All right. So they're so busy, contractors, whether it's home construction or renovations or anything simple like outdoor work, fence installs, solar panels, battery backup systems, propane, Generac systems. It's just very difficult to find people to do the work. I started this project in May, and it took 5 months before we got our approvals, everything in order so we can install. That's all done now. It took 2 days to install. So I'm looking for our Enphase battery backup system. While we're waiting for the markets to tell us what they're going to do next, watching Tesla pushing a bit higher. Tesla looks good. I'd like to see Tesla test the 810 level on this next leg. The thing I'm looking at here, I think most of you are tuned into this idea. So we've got these consolidation periods. In this case, we drop back to the 50-day, but we have consolidation. We pop up for a couple of days. Consolidate, we pop up for a couple of days. We consolidated here, popped up for a couple of days. Now we're consolidating. I'm looking for the day that we pop. I'd like to sell some into strength on that. I have shares. The kids have shares. I do think we could see 900 by the year end, so not in a big hurry to sell into strength. But VIX gapping down on the 1 minute just now. VIX just gapped down a little bit. All right. So just keep in mind that Bloomberg, CNBC, and everyone else is they're in the business of getting eyeballs on the screen. The easiest way to do that is to get everybody fearful of the end of the world coming. Every morning we hear about COVID and vaccines on Bloomberg from about 7 o'clock until 8:30 or so. That's all they talk about. Not the markets for the most part. Occasionally they'll tell you a few things, but you know, they want to keep people glued to the screen so they can advertise products to you. And one way to do that is to keep people scared. Because if you're happy and you're out partying at the bar or enjoying life outside, you're not paying attention to the tube. So they're losing revenue dollars. But the more they keep people scared, constantly tuning in while we're waiting for the markets to bounce here. 43.75 is a major level. We're looking for that. Tesla's doing well. Here goes Tesla starting to move now. Tesla looking good. See, people are looking at the same thing. Look at the relative volume. From 2:30, right around 2:30 on Friday, we saw this volume start to pick up, starting to pick up again. Higher lows, higher highs. I'm thinking this ABCD pattern is going to continue higher. Looks good. I know Rob's been trading this by selling puts, making income, selling puts. It's a long strategy, Sell puts at the lows. Obviously, you guys know that, so I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Okay. All right, so it looks like Facebook is going to print a higher low here. Looking for a higher high on Facebook. Okay, we really would like to see a lot of these stocks follow through, not just bounce a little bit. And I'd like to see VIX drop off. VIX is still very persistent. It's just not letting go. Reminds you of that guy in the gym who's on the pull-up bar, and he won't let anybody else use the pull-up bar. He's doing all sorts of exercises there, working his back, working his arms. Get out of the way. Let somebody else do it. Well, that's persistent. VIX is just persistent, just sitting here, staying above the 50-day, making life miserable. This is the first time this year that we've spent so much time at elevated levels for such a long period. VIX. Seven days above the 21-day, 3 days below the 21-day, and right at the 50-day now. Most of the time this year we pull back and continue to move lower. Back in May we had that little bounce. Let's see, let me go out to the beginning of the year so I'm not fibbing. There's February. All right, so even January, we ran up to the highs in January. We bounced just a little bit, but we dropped off dramatically for over a week. In February, we spiked up at a double top, double spike. This dropped fairly dramatically into March. Then we had that spike in May, dropped, bounced, and then fell off for about a week and a half. Each one of these occasions, we continue to drop off very quickly. This time, not so much. It's very persistent. Now we're starting to see VIX drop off. Very persistent. As Brent was saying, they're not really interested. It doesn't seem like they're very interested, at least only on short term. 2 or 3 days, they were selling vol. All right, so coming into today, he was thinking that short equities, long vol. And we had that nice bounce this morning, so that was well received. And then we had this fade end of day. So we really need to see VIX drop off. It's just been very persistent. Tesla continues to push here. Tesla's looking really good. Tesla's following through. Rob, you're very happy with that, huh? Good trade. I just sent you a message there, Rob. All right, so SPY, S&P, Man, VIX is a pain in the butt. I'm much more the long trader. I'll take shorts, you know, hedges and stuff, but I'm much more the long trader. So this prolonged period has been difficult. As far as, you know, you have to be patient and not take too many positions, as this continues to slide. No follow through, no positive push. Let me see what the anchored VWAP looks like for SPY. If I anchor a VWAP back to that May pivot, this pivot right here, this last time we double tapped the 50-day. If I anchor a VWAP there, we're just above VWAP. We're fading back to VWAP. That shows up at 432.80. Anchored VWAP for SPY. So we are bullish. We're in one standard deviation VWAP, anchored VWAP bands, for those of you who follow VWAP. I tried July. July we kept banging into. July we hit anchored VWAP right here 2 weeks ago. And last week on Thursday we hit it again. Got rejected. So going out to May gives you obviously a longer term view, but and then going to July we're below. Going back to May we're above, July we're below. So looking at the two of them, looking for a resolution one way or another to give us a better idea which way to go. So whatever the markets are, whenever I'm cautious, like I mentioned in the weekend video, I take fewer trades. I send out fewer alerts. The alerts that we sent out this morning look fine. Let's just review those real quick. I'll go ahead and review those right now. Okay, so we were looking at steel stocks this morning. All right, steel was starting to catch a bid. Nucor. Okay, that's at the 21-day. We had Cleveland Cliffs looks best. It's above the 21-day, so that's looking good. KHC, we're looking for that to follow through. All right, no follow through yet. So as far as Kraft Heinz is concerned, I like this one. It's got a 5% dividend. Anton had mentioned that. MACD's above the signal line. Looking for this to get above the 200-day, but watching this for follow through. Wynn and Las Vegas Sands, we like that this morning. Those still look good. Las Vegas Sands and Wynn. Okay, both of those look pretty good. They're just in the beginning stages of a potential trend change. All right, this trend has not changed yet. Look at the 50-day. We get above the 50-day. Notice that all the moving averages are still pushing lower, down and to the right. That is not a confirmation yet. You're entering early into a trend change with the possibility, the caveat that we could get rejected at the 50-day. Already we've been rejected at the 50-day. Another couple of days, these moving averages will flip around. They'll start to head higher. They'll cross through the 50-day. That's what I'm looking for. I don't mind waiting a little while for Las Vegas Sands. You can scalp these, you know, for day trades. That's all I would be doing right now is scalping. I wouldn't be swinging at this point. That's just not my MO. When I like it too. Just know that, you know, what are you doing? Are you mean reversion trading, or are you swing trading, or are you day trading? I would day trade these only. Volume is above average, so this most likely is institutions. You can see this volume by price over here. That looks like phase one. That's the accumulation phase where institutions will buy the dip. You can see all this selling over here. Somebody was selling, but some institutions were buying. So institutions buying, we're going to start to see more volume. And move above the 50-day for Wynn Resorts. 9 and 21-day will cross upward. You'll have a better confirmation from my perspective for a swing trader. Once price action stays above the 50, all of these will cross up and to the right, and we'll start that phase 2 where we mark up after they base and they buy all that they want to buy. We'll start seeing institutions lift their offers. That'll be indicative of price above the 921 and 50 day. The 9 and 21 will cross up through the 50 day, and all three of them will turn up and to the right over the next month or so. So that's that. All right, so those two. And then we looked at Lowe's and Home Depot. These look like longs. I don't like chasing the highs of the day, so any pullback will most likely get bought. All right, so the dip below VWAP, a better entry. I know it feels a little uncomfortable. As a new trader, you're probably uncomfortable buying the dip. But if the indices start to bounce here, if SPY starts to bounce, okay, and starts to head towards VWAP, more shorts are going to cover. More shorts will cover. The 437 calls and 438s we talked about a few minutes ago. I like those calls. 4375 is a conspicuous level. I noted that in the alerts channel. LMT, I like that too. LMT. You got an ABCD pattern on LMT. Looks really good here. LMT looks good. Right here looks good. LMT, it looks good. ABCD pattern here. I like the way this looks. LMT. All right, LMT. I like these defense, aerospace, and defense stocks. Look at this. You know, Anton, my son's name Antoine. Last year, we took the exact same trade. We took the exact same trade. See this pullback right here? We moved above the 921 and 50 day. I know Anton and other people in the room got long early. I preferred to wait for the 50 day. Move back above the 50 day. So that's only, let me do this. Let me go 11 months. So it's easier to see. Okay, exact same trade. And now you got a higher low. Exact same trade. You got the markdown. You got the base. You got an inverted head and shoulders there. We move above the 9 and 21 day. Now we traded this. This is not hindsight trading. This is exactly what we were looking at last time. People in the trading room can tell you the same thing. Same trade as February. LMT last time we got long back in February, March. A few of you mentioned this. I don't like continuing to say one person's name. It sounds like that's the only person that's trading, but all of you, many of you were in this trade and saw this thing run up to 388 in the space of 6 weeks. Same trade is setting up. Is it a guarantee? No, it's not a guarantee, but it's a pretty high probability that LMT goes. Why? Because Raytheon, all the aerospace stocks are moving. Raytheon's breaking out. You got Northrop Grumman. Northrop Grumman's a little bit extended. Not a little bit. It's a lot of bit extended. I was hoping for a little flag today. Didn't get it. That's okay. L3 Harris, LHX, these three are bidding for satellite installation for the DoD. 144 satellites, wide area satellites. I mean, I can't imagine all of the stuff that's up in space. From what I understand, they're at different orbits, different levels of orbits. You know, the space station is at a certain distance from the Earth. Satellites are a certain distance. You know, they're all at different, you know, so they don't run into each other. Pretty interesting. Aeronautical engineers as a profession. Anyway, L3 Harris was another name we looked at this morning. Those look good. Okay, all the energy names, Apache, Doji, all of the stocks that I mentioned at around 10 o'clock this morning, these all look pretty good. They look like they could pull back a little bit now. So that's, I would be interested in a little dip now to the 9 and 21 day like we see here. Okay, last Tuesday, Wednesday, we came back to the 9 EMA. Thursday, they followed through. That's the kind of entry I like on a swing setup. You get a nice wedge pattern. The depth of the wedge is about 7 points. That gives you 32 on the upside. So look for a little dip, and maybe you get something around 28, 29, and then you get a nice push 4 points back up to 32. That's the measured move of this pattern. Other names like PXD. PXD did not follow, or was it PSD? No, PXD and PSX. PSX. Phillips 66. No, that one took off too. Which one was it that I was looking at here? You got the pause at the 9 and 21 day, the breakout, PSX and PXD. No, this one moved higher faster. The point is that they're all very strong. I'm looking for dips now. Looking for dips, CVX, Chevron. Okay, so we're starting to show, don't buy up here. Looking for signs for these to pull back. So this morning, the comment was the energy stocks we've been playing for the last few weeks, move your stops up. So instead of being below or inside of Friday's price action, move your stops up. So you might have got stopped out there. Not sure. Those look good. Lithium stocks were looking good this morning. LAC still sitting on top of the 21 day. That one's still good. AMD. AMD looks good. It's sitting sandwiched between the 50 and the 21 day. 9 EMA is trying to cross up. VIX is just, man, VIX is persistent. S&P just can't get a foothold. We got to be pretty close to a resolution. Either we're going to move higher or we're going to move lower. We're right there. Doji now. I don't like dojis, especially when you're at resistance, because the tendency is to think that this is going to roll over. RSI is still below 50. MACD tried to cross. It has. So we want the bulls to stay in control. Other stocks we looked at this morning, steel I talked about, Axle, the stocks on the watch list, like Axle, car parts, drivetrains for all those electric vehicles that Ford is pushing out. Look at this nice follow through. All right, Axle, I had a $9.27 support level near the 9 EMA. That's moved higher to 9.50. That looks good. We've got 1060. That would be this level over here. Then 1150, Axle. Then 12, and then 1305. This is built on the right side of the cup, like LMT. Okay, here's LMT. Look at the pattern. Mark down. Price moves above the 9 and 21 day. What do you expect this to do next? Axle is going to do the same thing. Most likely, this is being bought. Mark down, accumulation, phase 1, phase 2, mark up. Institutions let their offers lift, and we continue higher. So you could look for a couple of bucks on this one. That'd be about 20%. We're up 3% already today. That's on the watch list. Asset managers like BAM, I didn't talk about them today, but they look good. BAM, Apollo Management, that one continues higher. That's on the watch list. The staffing firms like CCRN, that pulled back. That was mentioned by Mary McDougall, whatever her name is, over at Stock Charts, along with Robert Half and some of the other staffing firms watching for these to continue higher. DSKE, these are open container shipment trucks, I believe, mostly trucks, right? Freight moving higher. The rails, Those are consolidating under the 50-day, but most of these look good, like Norfolk Southern and SC. There's just so many things working right now. It's hard to see how we would pull back dramatically. I think Farmer Jim was right. Yeah, we could see those all those top 10 stocks roll over. Watch Tesla here. Tesla's starting to sell a little bit, take some profits. Yeah, we could see the whole growth sector roll over. If the 10-year just started to bolt higher, like relentlessly. On Friday, we were at 1.56%. Then we closed at near 1.602%. Today we're up a little bit. All right, so that looks fine. So the rails look good, Norfolk Southern. So, you know, on these dips, I'm looking for a little dip and then a bounce. There's the markdown, very clear. The markdown, 921 50-day are tilted down and to the right. Price action moves above. Institutions are buying. Price, you don't want to chase it up into the upper Keltner bands, the third Keltner bands at 216.95. You want to wait for this to flag a little bit, so you have to be a little bit patient, know what to look for. Look for that pullback to get bought. Once it gets bought, the safer entry is the second day on a follow-through. All right, let's look at Home Depot. Maybe this can give you an example. Okay, so you see how Home Depot pulled back to the 50-day? It wasn't immediately a buy. You didn't know if they would let this go or if this would bounce. But we came back to the 50-day, first day, second day. What happens on the third day? Pow, runs right back above the 9 and 21 day. What's the other stocks in the group doing? Lowe's. What did it do? Pull back to the 9 and 21 day. First day, second day. Yeah, we did dip a little bit, but we took off to the upside. So the second day, I always look for the second day when you've got price action above the 9, 21, and 50 day coming out of a consolidation and price action starts to push higher. All right, watching SPY here. VIX, again, spiking up. This level at 43.75, better hold. If you have puts, maybe you took puts. This 43.75 level needs to hold. Okay, we're down here. We're just consolidating along this level. That's fine, but if we pierce this level and start to accelerate, so we could see 4,300 pretty quick. All right, so we're pulling back once again. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, Lee Star. The longer we stay down here, the more it's possible we fill this gap over here. The gap up on Thursday, that led into Friday's trading. We got the gap up on Thursday. That was pretty strong. Then we came back in. That gap right in there. VIX, lower highs. You can see these lower highs here. 1, 2, maybe here is 3. Turn it over. Wow, this is a pain. So they're not really, they're not pushing this higher very quickly. I thought this would be a pretty quick bounce or not. It looks like it's the or not part. I was looking for a bounce that got bought at 43.75, showing that institutions see that level as support as well. We have about 18 blocks. The largest blocks, 262,519 shares, 262,005. Those are all at 437.75. That's overhead, so that's resistance. Bearish below, bullish above 437, 438. Okay, we got to get above 438. Can't seem to do it. So we're bearish below this at this point. Best swing this week. Best swing. I like Microsoft. If we can get Microsoft, I would give Microsoft one more day. David, if it stays above the 50-day. You also got Cleveland Cliffs is a good possibility for a swing. CLF, another. They're just not giving very clear signals here. All right, let's see what Novavax looks like, NVAX. Let's look at these as a group. Let's look at the biotechs. This is risk on, risk off. You got ALNY, that's doing well. Let me just look at the top 20 or so. ALNY looks bullish. You've got Amgen still trending lower. ARGX below the 921 and 50 day, above the 921 and 50 day. 50-day Bigene, BGNE, Biogen. Man, this thing just cannot get any momentum, right? Alzheimer's drugs. BioMarin, sideways. BioNTech, no go, no follow through. That's Pfizer's German partner, right? BioNTech. Charles River Labs below the 921 50-day. These could be moving lower before moving higher. Garden Health, nothing. Gilead, back to these lows here at 67. All right, the VIX still popping up. GMAB, looking for a push above the 20. Most of these are below all of the moving averages. Insight, trending lower. These don't look like they're going to go anywhere. IQVIA. Nope. Moderna. Looks like a bear flag about to roll over. Mettler Toledo, MTD. Neurocrine Biosciences. A nice trend there. Intelia. Trending lower. 921 day dropping. Natera. Novavax. Still consolidating. It looks like it's basing here. But if you're in this one from this bounce at the lows, if you're in this one, money is just sitting there with the potential that this could roll over. Yes, it could push higher, but you're sitting here waiting for things to happen instead of being in something that's trending. Okay, that's that. Novacure, trying to change direction. Regeneron, this had a very nice trend, pulling back like 618 to the 200-day. This one looks good if it can hold at the 200-day, build a base and start to trend higher, get the moving averages to turn higher. But for now, most of the stocks in this group are still in downtrends. Seagen, Biotech, TXG, 10 times Genomics. This one's looking a little better. Maybe it gets going. And Veritex Pharmaceuticals. All right, so that's a risk on, risk off sector. We got the banks reporting on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Bank of America. Let's see. Mosaic, mentioned Mosaic earlier. Mosaic looks good. It's extending its breakout. The pivot's at 40. The Mosaic agriculture stocks breaking out above 38. And this one continues higher. Mosaic looks good. Big cup, brief handle, and a follow through. The depth of the pattern's about 10 points, so 47, 48 maybe. I wouldn't chase it up here. Look for a little dip first. Look for a dip to get bought. VIX is still hanging out, persistent. Mosaic. All right, VIX is pushing higher. All right, so the possibility is we're going to test this 43.75 again. Man, the more times we test this, the more likely we're going to break. 43.75. Multiple times here. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so we got less than 45 minutes to go. 42 minutes to go for the regular session. Not much follow through at this point. Tesla's up 10. Tesla. All right, back to VWAP. Facebook pulling back. I don't know. I don't see any reason to get too crazy long. You might get a better entry tomorrow. Apple's starting to fade now. It's falling out of a tight Bollinger Band. Same with NVIDIA. Netflix is showing tight Bollinger Bands. Technically, we've got lower highs. VIX is trying to make higher lows. VIX. VIX is trying to make higher lows. This is the 240E. That's the 20 EMA on the 60 minute for VIX. So the case being made, if you chop off this little piece right here, is a range 2482 right along this level, 20, let's say 25. 25 overhead and 17 along the bottom, 17 to 18 along the bottom, that we're bouncing, maybe heading back up into the range again. The Bloomberg pundits continue to talk about inflation. S&P 500 wavers in face of inflation worries, upcoming earnings. I don't know. I'm kind of looking forward to bullish earnings. That's the other thing. We start reporting earnings tomorrow into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The banks start to report. what their fourth quarter findings are. Facebook fading. All right, I'm getting tired of fading. So looks like we could see a more follow-through downside if this VIX continues to press higher. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7 days in this sideways range right in here. Wow, what a pain. And it looks like we're headed higher. So let's see, VIX, are you going to roll over what? We could just drop, I mean, we could hold on to this level, just stay down here. All right. S&P. All right, I got to take this headset off for a minute. We are 43.75. VIX is spiking. Watching this 43.75 level. Looks like this looks awful on the daily. We snap below this level. 4,300 seems very possible very quickly. So if you bought any puts on the bounce and failure overhead, that's going to serve you well unless we start to go, excuse me, into the lows, or rather into this last 30 minutes and can't hold this level. So, all right, so far looks like a higher low on RSI for now. Very wishy-washy day. VIX is starting to drop off now. $43.75. I imagine the elevated VIX is also some traders' long vol going into earnings as maybe a hedge, because we're 4.5 points off the recent highs, 24 and change, trading at 19 and 50 cents. Instead of adding new positions, what I've been doing is paying attention to, maybe the positions I have, just scaling out a bit. Positions like, I don't know, Digital Turbine, SoFi, the Bitcoin stocks this morning. Gave you an opportunity on Mara. Mara, that tends to fade in the evening session. After an opening range breakout, you hit a peak here, ABCD pattern. Watching Bitcoin. Bitcoin is above its Anchored VWAP as well. That looks very bullish on the daily. If you're looking at Bitcoin, this is probably going to continue higher. Nice breakout of that flag. For the last week, we flagged sideways. Now we're pushing through. We told you if we got above this level, we could see a quick move to the upside. Let's look at Bitcoin stocks. ETHE and others. Weekly trying to follow through. Mara with a nice pop today. Big follow through on Mara. So you should have made money on Mara from last week. There goes the VIX. VIX pushing higher. Let me get back to what we're doing there. Very quick, I'm going to check this out before we Riot Blockchain. All right, looks like it's going to bounce. S&P trading that 43.75 zone. Looks like we're going to snap that level. Maybe some puts, you know. We could always bounce back up into this zone, but if you're worried about the markets overnight, maybe some puts. All right, below 43.75, you know that's a level we have to hold. They're showing a drop off here. What is Tick telling us? Tick is 1-to-1. All right, we just hit the minus 800 there and reversed off of that level. This is really tricky. Watching every little tick here. My guess is that we're going to test, the way this is trading right now, my guess is that we're going to test the 4,300 level again. We have the 43.55, 43.60 level right here. That wick on that candle back there on September 30th when we bounced that Monday. Maybe this is a head down here, a right shoulder. Still in the descending pattern. The odds are that the bears could drive this lower pretty quick if VIX keeps going. I assume that VIX is higher due to the concern about inflation and material stocks, gasoline, oil and gas. That's what I'm assuming at this point. VIX is very elevated, but it can get more elevated. Imagine if this bounces all the way back up to 24. That's going to mess up a lot of people. We've got a little bit more than 20 minutes to go, 22 minutes to go. I don't know. The stocks that I looked at earlier look fine. I don't know. I keep looking at this as a bear trap, you know. I don't like buying puts at the low of the day. I only like bounces. Russell got probably the best entry. I assume, Russell, you got it in at the high of the day. That was a nice descending pattern. It couldn't get above that trend line on the daily. So we got lower highs and we got lower lows on the 5-minute, 60-minute. All right, 60-minute, you can see this is actually a 4-hour chart. Let me go to the 60-minute. We're below the 20 EMA, so respect that for now. Unless we pop above the 20 EMA, the trend is down for now. The trend is down. Like over here when we were below the 20 EMA and we kept dropping lower. We try to get above, but we keep dropping below. That's what we're doing right now. So should see the same kind of action. VIX should continue to move higher. MACD's turned. We've got about 20 floor blocks total today. VIX continues to push higher. VIX is relentless. Tesla's up $8.87, just cruising along a flat VWAP. More grinding as we trade near that 800 level. No follow through, no big pop like we've been looking for to break out of this range that we've been in the last couple of weeks. Wow, the VIX just keeps driving higher. So they were talking about long vol, the long vol trade, short futures. That's what it looks like. Wow, this is really slow. Got a feeling we could push a bit lower and then with the earnings start to push higher. What? All right, we got a little bit more than 15 minutes to go. We're below this 43.75 zone. Looks like we're going to just drive lower, folks. Lots of selling volume the last 25 minutes. Lots of selling volume. Another low tick alert. Bitcoin is a place to be. Yeah, NET I like a lot too. I do. I like NET. Cloudflare, they're in a good business. They're in a good business. Cloudflare, NET. What the hell's going on here? NET. Nice bounce last week, following through this week. Nice follow through, relative strength, pretty obvious. Look at the written institutions there too, Ali. I don't have any tea. I don't have any tea. All right, is it going to be a bear trap? Are they going to show a bear trap? Are they going to show a breakdown and then the bears commit? That's what it looks like. We're oversold again. We could stay oversold for a while and still revisit 4,300. That's not too far below 4,300. Almost filling this gap now. VIX is starting to trail off a little bit at a time with 15 minutes to go, 16 minutes to go. Bitcoin's a nice looking chart too if you're short-term swing trading. Bitcoin stocks, GBTC. Let's see what they look like. GBTC. All right, that's higher. What is going on here? Stock charts is acting up. All right, the weekly. All right, so you got a leg down, leg up, leg down. The leg up has just started 2 weeks ago. ETHE. All right, low tick alert. Or another low tick alert. ETHE, GBTC. MARA, M-A-R-A. Nice follow through on MARA, week 2. So you got this leg down that took 5 weeks. 2 weeks up. I don't know, I like Bitcoin. That said, with the S&P not giving us a tailwind, you have to know that there is a good possibility of more downside in weak sectors. The strong sectors today still holding up. All right, we went from 90% green to about 30% green. With metals and mining still holding up. It was up 4% earlier. It's up 1.9%. So it gave back a lot of the gains from the highs of the day. Another good reason why you don't want to be buying the highs of the day. All right, so either you get into it early and out quickly. Metals and mining fading right back down below the 50-day. All right, big move this morning that faded very quickly. It's not very bullish, obviously. This is not bullish to see it break down like that. XLE. Okay, these feel more. Yeah, all of these. Get a nice pop in the morning, get everybody long, and then pull it back. They're going to do the reverse now, get everybody short and reverse it back up. VIX is just shy of 1970. XLI, XLB, XLC. The sectors are all wacky. They're all lower. XLK. Yeah, even that's falling off. Semiconductors. Feels like we're going to push back down. Push lower again. SMH. XLV Healthcare. Holding a little bit. Transports, IYT. Transports, TRAN. Not much going. This looks a little better than the others. But everything fading today. Diamonds, the Dow Jones. That was above the 50-day. Got rejected at the 50-day. Now pulling back to the 21-day pretty forcefully. I don't like the way that looks. Or the NYSE. That was above. NYSE was above the 50-day. It's back down. It got rejected at the 50-day. It was above the 50-day there for a while. Still potential for a higher low. But this looks mostly bearish going into tomorrow. So if you have puts on, you got hedges on, probably going to do okay. All right. VIX looks like it wants to roll over now, so they'll be taking some profits at the highs, just like anything else. VIX at the highs, they'll take some profits off. Be interesting to see how strong or weak earnings are. Most everyone's anticipating another strong quarter. So if that doesn't happen, for whatever reason, for high energy prices, for inflation or interest rates or whatever, if you start to hear that kind of news, maybe we'll be hedging more. So that's left to be seen. As far as longer term positions, I'm okay with the longer term positions. I've got about 46% long equities, both U.S. and domestic and international. And about 42%, 44% in bonds. So let's see what bonds look like right now. 10-year TNX. Stock charts is messing up. 10-year 5-minute higher highs. TLT. Lower. AGG. Lower. SHY. The 1-3-year Treasury. Lower. IEF, the 710. Lower. USB, the long bond. Long bond. That's moving lower. So there's no safety trade in bonds. US dollar, UUP. What in the hell is going on with stock charts? This is messed up. VIX at the highs of the day. All right, so US dollar continues to push higher. This is the four-hour chart. Continues higher. So that's going to have some impact on the international ETFs. Let's look at Russia. Russia was doing well last week. Russia's at the highs. Morning was bullish. The evening is a little bit more bearish. VIX spiking up now. VIX spiking again. On the 4-hour chart, VIX spiking up. Big range. So either we run up to the highs, or we stay in the middle, or we drop back off tomorrow. Looks like VIX is very strong. All right, SPY puts working at the moment.
Market on close and balance $560 million on the sell side.
Lots of volume here. The last 45 minutes, lots of volume. Bitcoin still holding near the highs, 58,000. Daily looks fine. Still on a buy signal. Bitcoin. Last 8 trading days, last 4 trading days, it's been on a TTM squeeze breakout, a bullish signal, 4 days. 7 days ago, we got a buy signal, and that continues to push higher on the daily. SPY continues lower. All right, so we know what the S&P is going to look like. Below 4375, you could see 4,300 very quickly. That's what we're watching for now. Oh man, what the hell is going on with stock charts? There we go. All right, so we've lost the 20 EMA, so the higher probability now is because RSI is below 50. The higher probability is we come back down and test 4,300. That's what we're looking for now as we look at 43.75. That's a pivot. All right, VIX is now starting to turn. Is this going to be, this is going to be a funny close here. We got 6 minutes to go, folks. Russell's inputs, he's been pretty good. He's happy, I'm sure. He said he's up about 300K there. We got 5 minutes to go for the closing bell. Yeah, as you guys and ladies have pointed out in the trading room, very low volume today. The largest blocks today were 262,000. There was two of those. And we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 of the 437.75s, 11 of the 437.75s at 251,000. So we had like 2.5 million there, about 3.5 million in blocks, maybe 4. Very low volume. All right. So VIX is going to roll over now. All right. Again, the sectors that are holding up, still holding up, metals and mining, but that did fade from the highs of the day. It was up 4%. It gave back 2.5%. Crude oil was up about 2.5%. That's given back about 1.25%. So half of the gains for the day, USO. Let's see, USO. So maybe we get a better idea what's up tomorrow. USO continues higher. So imagine a lot of the VIX also has to do with higher oil prices, energy costs, inflation, at least the way they're looking at inflation. I haven't heard them mention Delta variant in days, maybe even over a week. Delta variant as far as pharmaceutical companies. What's Merck doing? Merck, did it bounce? Merck? All right, Merck, remember we were talking about this? Remember how we said, don't go chasing Merck up here. You know, it's great that it has a pill and everything that can reduce morbidity by 50% and hospitalizations by 50%. It's great for a certain age group. You can take a pill at home. That's great, but you don't want to buy that news. You want to wait and see how far this pulls back. I do like Merck. If it gets back to 77, 78, it's one of my favorite pharmaceutical names, but we didn't buy this high. That was so tempting, right? But we know better. RSI was overbought. Got MACD turning now. Volume tapering off. So it's very possible that we could bounce in the short term, like tomorrow, next day. I like to see a bullish day that doesn't give it all back like it did today. How will we know? Because if you get long Merck, let's say this is Merck tomorrow. All right, so let's say this is Merck. Obviously, it's not Merck, but let's say this is Merck just for conversation. All right, so we get the opening range tomorrow. Merck starts to bounce, you could trade the opening range if it continues higher. Look for relative volume, and on or about, I don't know, whatever time it usually fades, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, we start to watch for any kind of signs of a pullback so you can have a nice scalp. Maybe Merck does that tomorrow. I don't know. I would think that the whole pharmaceutical index would need to bounce too, IHE. All right, it's still sitting here at the 200-day. What's Johnson & Johnson doing? Johnson & Johnson, nothing there. Geron, Bristol Myers, BMY, nothing. AstraZeneca, AZN, holding up very well, actually. Gilead, that's below the 50-day now, right? Yeah, below the 50-day, Gilead. We talked Johnson & Johnson. That's the closing bell. We're closing at the low of the day, so that's not the best scenario. Energy, oil and gas, metals and mining, and materials. That's what we're looking for tomorrow. You know what else? Freeport. All right, so Freeport was looking good this morning, but guess what? If you had chased Freeport this morning, you'd have been very disappointed. So today's Monday, October the 11th. We're looking for a good signal. We got the markdown period. We're still in the early stages of a potential trend change on Freeport and other stocks like Vulcan Materials, another good material stock. You got Rio Tinto. Okay, that faded. It gapped up and faded, but didn't come all the way back to the 21-day. All right, so metals and mining, that faded. Materials faded, XLB. This is not a good way to start the week. XLY, XLV, healthcare, XLU. All the sectors are lower, folks. XLU, this doesn't look good. XLI, XLK, XLP. Even that's not bouncing. XLF, I looked at that right. XLF, XLB, XLC. Nothing looks good. Come on, stock charts, what's your problem? All right, so I don't know what stock charts issue is. All right, folks, this is Cousin Vinny coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Had a nice morning. If you took profits into strength and were trimming your positions when we couldn't stay above the 21-day, that's probably you're probably very happy about that. I will be back first thing in the morning with we'll take an analysis. We'll take a look at what might be working tomorrow. I mean, most sectors are lower, so there's really not a whole lot to look at. You've got some relative strength names, so that's what I'll be looking. That'll be the scan tomorrow. Looking for the stocks that were showing relative strength, and we'll write a blog post on that tomorrow. So I'll be looking for stocks that are showing relative strength. The top, Marcus Smith, Growth 250. There's 7,000 stocks out there, 6,800, whatever it is, the current number is. 7,000 stocks. Let's just say 7,000 stocks. There's about, there's 500 in the S&P, 500 big cap stocks. You got 400 in the mid caps and 600 in the small caps. But I'm interested in maybe a more select group, like 250 stocks in the Marcus Smith Growth 250 that have good, solid earnings. And what I'll do tomorrow for the update is to take a look at the watch list that we've already sent out and maybe supplementing it with stocks that are showing relative strength like Cloudflare, which had a nice follow through today. All right, so I don't know what's going on with Netflix, with stock charts, but what's going on, Alfie? I got no idea what's going on with Netflix, with stock charts. All right, so stock charts is obviously having an issue. All right, but NET looks good. Let me see. Was it on the NYSE? No. The S&P. Elvis. The others, Elvis and Wynn, I'll be looking at those tomorrow. Enphase doing really well. All right, folks, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll send out a blog post probably by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning on stocks that are showing relative strength. Otherwise, take care, have a great evening, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, guys, ladies. Daniel, good night. Robert, good night. Good night. Good day. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.